Just take the conversation outside. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Economic Development. At this time, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you have any questions throughout the hearing or would like to sign up for in-person testimony, see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms, Chair Farias. We're ready to begin.
Good afternoon and welcome to this oversight hearing of the New York City Council's Committee on Economic Development. I am Majority Leader Amanda Farias, Chair of the Economic Development Committee. I would like to thank the other council members present today, Council Members Aviles and Hanif. I also want to extend my appreciation to the New York City Economic Development Corporation and other stakeholders for participating in this critical hearing. Today's hearing will examine the Brooklyn Marine Terminal redevelopment, a $3 billion mixed-use project that represents the largest waterfront development in recent New York City history. This ambitious project involves 122 acres from Pier 7 to Pier 12, spanning Red Hook and the Columbia Street Waterfront District, and proposes 7,000 to 9,000 housing units alongside a modernized 60-acre maritime port. While this massive infrastructure project has the potential to create thousands of jobs and revitalize our maritime infrastructure both in Brooklyn and across our city, we must ensure that the redevelopment serves the public interest and addresses the legitimate concerns raised by the communities most directly affected. A central issue we will be exploring today is the Brooklyn Marine Terminal's project financing, which relies on cross-subsidization where housing development revenues would finance maritime infrastructure improvements. We need to ensure how this unconventional financing approach would impact the long-term viability of both the port operations and the commitments that we have made to the local community. We will also be examining the decisions to bypass the city's standard Uniform Land Use Review procedure in favor of the state's expedited general project plan process. This choice has generated substantial community opposition, with residents and advocates arguing that it limits meaningful public participation and circumvents important oversight mechanisms, including review by the community boards, the borough president, and this council. Additionally, we must address the significant concerns about affordable housing levels in this proposal. With only 25% of the units designated as affordable, many question whether this represents an appropriate use of valuable public waterfront land, particularly given the housing crisis facing working families in Red Hook and throughout our city. The environmental and transportation impacts of redeveloping the BMT also demand our attention. The neighborhoods surrounding the Brooklyn Marine Terminal have historically faced environmental justice challenges, and we must ensure that this redevelopment addresses rather than exasperates these conditions. We need comprehensive answers on how the projected population increase will be accommodated by existing transit infrastructure and what mitigation measures are planned. We will be requesting detailed information about the community benefits package, including the $250 million fund for NYCHA improvements, workforce development programs, and commitments to local hiring. The community deserves binding guarantees, not just aspirational goals. Finally, we need transparency about the project's timeline and next steps. With the Brooklyn Marine Terminal's task force vote scheduled for June 18th, just 6 days away, it is essential that this council and the public have complete information about what is being proposed and what commitments are being made. The Brooklyn Marine Terminal represents a once-in-a-lifetime generation opportunity to revitalize our maritime infrastructure while addressing critical housing needs. However, we must ensure that this development truly serves the public interest and provides meaningful benefits to the communities that have long supported our working waterfront. Before we begin, I would like to remind all those present today to please maintain decorum throughout our hearing and to stay on time. If you are here to testify, you will have 2 minutes to speak when your name is called. Please keep responses concise so that everyone has a chance to be heard. We have tens of people downstairs that have not yet to be let in. If you are unable to finish, please submit your complete written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. I would like to thank the Economic Development team here at the City Council, Senior Counsel Alex Polinoff, Senior Policy Analyst William Hongach, and Finance Analyst Glenn Martelloni, alongside with my Chief of Staff Rebecca Nieves and Legislative Associate Daniel Curtin for all their hard work preparing for this hearing, speaking with advocates and stakeholders. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Alexa Aviles, for her opening remarks.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking Chair Farias and the Economic Development staff here at Council for holding this hearing on the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. This project has been a significant concern to the community of Red Hook, which I represent, for about a year now, and I'm thankful that all of my neighbors who turned out today to be here finally get a place to be heard on the record, and hopefully their concerns to be met with dignity of clear and transparent answers. Of course, I always want to thank concerned residents and business owners and the CBOs of Red Hook and the Columbia Waterfront for being here today. I know the enormous amount of space this project has taken up in our day-to-day lives, and I admire your commitment to ensuring the best possible outcome for you and your neighbors. I also do have to thank the EDC for being here and engaging in what I hope to be a truthful dialogue regarding community concerns. I am so proud to represent an activist community and know that for EDC, this dynamic on past and current projects can feel like a challenge rather than an opportunity to create something remarkable in collaboration that truly serves the interests of generations to come. From my own perspective, I want to state for the record that I became a co-chair of the BMT task force nearly a year ago because I was excited that the city had finally recognized, after years of advocacy from my office, the incredible opportunity we had in our ports after years of disinvestment on behalf of the Port Authority. While our peers are quite literally falling into the water, I, along with my constituents, recognize that this space could be the port of the future. A port powered by green energy with thriving local industrial space, creating maritime ecosystem that would power a blue highway and create an opportunity for good local union jobs, permanent jobs. For Red Hook, this would be correcting environmental injustices of the past while also giving the community a well-deserved spot on the map as a critical node in this maritime network. For those of you who have been following the BMT story, what we have been given at this site falls deeply short of that vision, centering instead on the needs of the real estate industry with thousands of luxury residential units proposed on public land, with a blue highway and maritime often feeling like nothing more than an afterthought. For the purposes of this hearing, I want to highlight at the top just a few of my concerns, and there are many. First, I want to highlight that this project is being advanced through a state general project plan. GPPs have the authority to bypass citywide zoning regulations, limiting oversight of the council and other key city agencies. And unlike the city's Uniform Land Use Review process, ULURP, which mandates public review and input from community boards, borough presidents, and the council, the GPP process sidelines these critical mechanisms for accountability and transparency. Importantly, ULURP allows projects to be evaluated in the context of the surrounding land uses and zoning districts, local zoning that reflects the city's strategic planning decisions, including thoughtful separation of uses to protect neighborhood character and support long-term planning goals. Ensuring that the community has a meaningful role in shaping its future is a core priority for me. For that reason, I remain highly concerned that the GPP process, as I believe it does not provide sufficient opportunity for meaningful community input and engagement. I believe major land use decisions should go through a transparent, city-led process that reflects local priorities, policy directives, and balances citywide planning objectives. Secondly, the proposed inclusion of residential development in an industrial business zone deeply concerns me. IBZs were established in 2005 as part of a deliberate effort to preserve industrial businesses and secure well-paying jobs. These zones were meant to provide long-term stability and ensure businesses and workers that industrial uses would be protected from residential and other competing uses. Since 2015, the city has had a clear policy to preserve IBZs for industrial and commercial use and to protect and expand industrial space and employment. Allowing housing in these areas not only contradicts the original intent of the IBZs, but threatens to destabilize a land use framework that supports economic diversity and equity across our city. In fact, very recently, we passed the City of Yes zoning for economic opportunity, which again centered strengthening and protecting industrial business zone. And yet this proposal is in direct contradiction to that most recent policy win for the city. Nowhere is it more critical than in the areas like Brooklyn Marine Terminal, which has long served as a hub of maritime and industrial activities and uses, and continue to be a cornerstone of local economy in Sunset Park and supporting working class families and anchoring the community in the face of mounting development pressure. I am deeply concerned that approving this proposal would set a dangerous precedent, inviting future residential incursions into other IBZs across the city and undermining the purpose these zones were created to serve. Finally, much of the housing proposed by EDC would be market rate, failing to meet the deep affordability needs of the surrounding community. Relying on high-end residential development with limited affordable housing components to cross-subsidize a public good industrial infrastructure presents many equity challenges. It risks prioritizing real estate interests over long-term community stability. It is important that we find strategies that do not pit one critical need against the other. Our city urgently needs both deeply affordable housing and strong, resilient industrial ecosystems that provide accessible, family-sustaining jobs. These goals are not mutually exclusive, and we must resist land use proposals that offer a false choice between them. Instead, we should pursue planning approaches that balance these proposals and deliver both good jobs and truly affordable housing without eroding the city's industrial land base. While there are a myriad of other concerns regarding transportation, water and sewer infrastructure, and resiliency, to name a few, at its core, this rushed proposal appears to prioritize housing, luxury housing, over long-term industrial future of our terminal and the important strategic planning goal of maintaining space for future reactivation of our marine freight in New York City. For the communities I represent, the stakes are indeed high. Redeveloping the Brooklyn Marine Terminal is, as EDC says over and over again, a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and it must not be driven by short-term development pressures or opaque decision-making. We need a planning process that is transparent, inclusive, and firmly grounded in long-term economic and environmental needs of the area, one that truly centers working-class communities and protects the industrial jobs and infrastructure that have long been the backbone of our communities. The people of District 38 deserve a seat at the table. They deserve revenues from the development that happens in their community. They deserve a vision for the waterfront that is rooted in equity, resilience, and sustainability. And I'm eager to hear EDC speak to their rationale for opting to bypass the city's established public review process with a GPP, why it chose to rush a complicated land use matter into mere months when anyone who has ever engaged in a rezoning or a redevelopment of a large property knows it could take years. I look forward to a robust conversation today and to working with my colleagues and community partners to ensure that this process reflects the needs and the voices of the people that it will most impact. Thank you once again, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll now turn it over to Councilmember Shahana Hanif for her opening remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Shahana Hanif, proudly representing Cobble Hill, Carroll Gardens, and the Columbia Waterfront. Thank you to Chair Farias, to the EDC, and most importantly, to the community members who are here and who have been showing up, because you know that what happens at the Brooklyn Marine Terminal will shape the future of our neighborhoods for generations. Earlier this spring, the Economic Development Corporation was prepared to move forward with a vote on a final BMT proposal without first bringing that proposal to the very people who would be most impacted. We pushed back, we demanded transparency, accountability, and a real public engagement process. We want a delay. Let's be clear, the communities I represent, especially in the Columbia Waterfront, have already borne the brunt of environmental harms, from the daily truck traffic to the dust and noise of a concrete recycling facility that's operated in plain view of families and small businesses. My constituents know what it feels like to be treated as an afterthought in development decisions. This cannot happen here, not again. As a voting member of the BMT task force, I am not here to rubber stamp a predetermined outcome. I'm here to keep listening to residents, local stakeholders, and advocates, and to fight for a plan that is grounded in community vision and delivers tangible, lasting benefits. That means timely creation of truly accessible waterfront space, open parkland, and green infrastructure that protects us from the climate crisis. Deeply affordable housing, both on-site and off-site, including pathways to affordable home ownership for long-time New Yorkers. Real investment in local transit, good-paying union jobs, and protections for the small businesses that make our neighborhoods strong. I urge the EDC and every project partner to do more than just check the box on engagement. Work with us, stay transparent, show us on paper and in practice how you will keep the public informed, how you will center community input, and how every commitment made will be enforced. We will not accept anything less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll now turn it over to Public Advocate Jumani Williams for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Jumani Williams. As mentioned, the Public Advocate of the City of New York. Thank you, Majority Leader Farias and members of the committee for allowing me to provide testimony in today's hearing. The Brooklyn Marine Terminal, also known as BMT, is a vital resource to our city that we cannot afford to mismanage. At one point in our city's history, New York City was famous for its maritime ports as the largest market for domestic and international goods in the United States. Today, we live in a world dictated mostly by automobile and truck transport. As a result, the few ports we have left are not operating at full capacity, generating the revenue they ought to, and are undermining efforts to reduce traffic congestion and air pollution caused by surface-level transportation. According to the New York City Waterfront Pathways Program, spearheaded by the Economic Development Corporation, EDC, the BMT is supported to serve as a central piece in creating blue highways throughout the city. A core part of this plan is to increase opportunities for minority and women-owned businesses, enterprises, MWBEs, in offshore wind and waterfront industries. While I definitely support this effort, I'm interested to know what the EDC plans to market the MWBE opportunities to the people it is meant to serve. Improving access for MWBEs present the chance to increase inclusivity, which is especially important now with the attacks against diversity, equity, and inclusion by the Trump administration. Due to the underservice of the Brooklyn Marine Terminal, the EDC is seeking to turn our crucial port space into mostly market rate and luxury housing. Let me be clear, our city is also in great need of housing. However, we cannot pit housing against the ability to build the port that everyone knows is needed, fully operational, helping with the Blue Highway. We also know that most New Yorkers know we don't need luxury and market rate housing as much as we need actual housing for the people who are at the lower income. This can help generate millions of dollars in revenue and hundreds of green jobs for the city. In addition, advocates are rightly upset about the seemingly lack of community input that EDC is allowing during this process. The resulting proposal does not prioritize deeply income targeted housing, renew the viability of the marine terminal, or protect the working class residents who call the surrounding area home. Today, I stand with the advocates who are asking for very basic amendments to the process. The plans for port revitalization must come first, and all plans for housing should be thoroughly negotiated between EDC and the community. Our city can't afford to rush through this process, and I will continue to stand with the impacted community till a fair and transparent process is implemented by EDC. I do also want to add the fact that the end run around ULERP by using GPP, I don't think is acceptable. Empire State tried that at the Penn Station. It fell flat on its face. We should try to do it the right way now. I also always point out we're still waiting for the promise of Atlantic Terminal 20 years later. So promises by themselves are not what this community needs. So thank you so much, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Right before we pass it over, I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Bottcher. And I will now pass it over to Committee Counsel to swear the admin in.
Alex Polinoff, Senior Counsel. Will all members of the administration testifying today please raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today, and respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Chair Farias and members of the Economic Development Committee. My name is Andrew Kimball, and I serve as President and Chief Executive Officer at the New York City Economic Development Corporation. I'm joined today by my colleagues Jennifer Sun, Executive Vice President for Planning, and Mikkel Adgate, Senior Vice President for Government and Community Relations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the vision for the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. Just over a year ago, Mayor Adams, Governor Hochul, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and the New York City Economic Development Corporation stood together to announce a generational opportunity to transform a key site on the Brooklyn waterfront into a modern maritime port and vibrant mixed-use community, ending 50 years of disinvestment and decay. Thank you for the opportunity to walk through the BMT vision plan and the planning engagement process that has led to its creation. This vision plan is a result of extensive collaboration with in-person and virtual meetings with over 4,200 participants, 6 advisory groups led by subject area experts and guided by the 28-member Brooklyn Marine Terminal Task Force, chaired by Congressman Goldman and vice-chaired by State Senator Gennardis and Councilmember Aviles. It reflects input and collaboration with the State of New York and the New York City Departments of Transportation, Environmental Protection, Parks and Recreation, and Design and Construction. The BMT Vision Plan charts a new future for this site with a modern, all-electric port at its core, surrounded by a mixed-use community with housing, open space, resiliency, and light industrial space. BMT provides a generational opportunity to deliver a port that will be central to our Blue Highway initiative to get trucks off our street, create thousands of new jobs, and provide waterfront access and resiliency measures that protect against climate change and sea level rise. The BMT Vision Plan offers a long overdue revitalization of this vital portion of Brooklyn's waterfront and reimagines the future of New York City's harbor to fuel 21st century innovation and growth. Before we dive further into the future of the Brooklyn Marine Terminal, I want to take a moment to place this project in historical context. New York's waterfront was once a mighty engine of global commerce. Armies of longshoremen and stevedores, often new immigrants supporting growing families, worked on the bustling piers up and down the East River. But starting in the middle of the 20th century, changing shipping patterns, bigger vessels, low-cost land with rail and highway access on the New Jersey side of the harbor, and new technologies like shipping containers moved trade away from New York City's waterfront. Factories and warehouses shuttered, workers left, and vibrant industrial neighborhoods hollowed out. The Brooklyn Marine Terminal was a casualty of this era. However, its stagnation and decay in recent decades are also the result of unique governance challenges. For many years, the site was governed by a tri-party agreement between the city, the state, and the Port Authority, with the Port Authority holding operating control of the vast majority of the site. Due to the size of BMT, the lack of water depth, as well as lack of rail and highway access, the Port Authority focused its attention on New Jersey ports, which handled 98% of the containers that come into the metro region, leaving the Brooklyn Marine Terminal as a forgotten site east of the Hudson. A lack of vision and attention meant a lack of city, state, and federal support and crumbling piers and infrastructure. The lack of public investment also resulted in short-term leases to private operators, meaning the property received limited private investment and a port operator whose operations on an annual basis need to be subsidized. At the same time, other city-controlled sites along the Brooklyn waterfront were able to pivot to the future. The Brooklyn Navy Yard turned a venerable shipyard into the nation's most successful urban industrial park. Brooklyn Bridge Park turned rotting piers into an international model of resilient, restorative green infrastructure. The Brooklyn Army Terminal continues to grow in impact while providing much-needed industrial manufacturing jobs. And the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal is turning a vacant lot that had languished for 50 years into the country's biggest offshore wind terminal. Finally, in May of last year, there was a breakthrough for the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. The Port Authority and the city agreed to exchange Howland Hook in Staten Island for the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. The land stop agreement allowed the Port Authority to extend its existing lease of Howland Hook, supporting its ability to drive future expansions and capacity enhancements in close proximity to their New Jersey assets. EDC secured long-term control of BMT through a lease allowing for the redevelopment of BMT into a modern, mixed-use maritime district with an all-electric port at its core. So now, BMT finally has a chance at its own rebirth. The memorandum of understanding codifying this deal was signed on April 17, 2024 by the city, state, and port authority, ending the tri-party agreement and decades of dysfunction and disinvestment and lack of accountability. A key element of the agreement was that given the regional importance of Howland Hook and BMT and their role in maritime activity in the harbor, that the ownership transfer of the property, Howland Hook to the Port Authority and BMT to the City of New York, be facilitated through a State General Project Plan, GPP. Starting in May 2024, EDC began to meet bi-weekly with task force leadership, Congressman Goldman, Councilmember Avila, State Senator Gennardis. Task force leadership convened the BMT Task Force, a 28-member group with representatives from elected officials, local organizations, and community leaders to provide feedback on the planning and engagement process, as well as the options presented by the EDC project team and their consultants. At task force meetings, EDC shared critical information. Members of the task force openly discussed and debated various elements of the project. The task force brought together a balance of perspectives that reflected interests and expertise in maritime and industrial business, labor and trade, environmental justice, sustainability, transportation, housing, planning, community development, and regional and local perspectives. EDC and the task force leadership worked together to form 6 advisory groups led by subject area experts and composed of 90 people representing diverse community viewpoints, organized by key themes and issues. The advisory groups played a key role throughout the process by reviewing and providing feedback on planning work. Leadership agreed that to move into the GPP process, the task force would need to approve the BMT vision plan by a 2/3 majority vote. Upon affirmative vote, the city and the state will continue to work closely with stakeholders to advance this project through a state GPP, a process and set of requirements that includes a neighborhood condition study and environmental review, scoping that will take place this fall. The BMT vision plan and the associated commitments are contingent on the approved GPP, which requires positive votes by the Empire State Development Corporation Board and the Public Authorities Control Board. Community and stakeholder engagement has been instrumental in creating the contours of the BMT vision plan. The engagement process was extensive and included the 4,200 people I mentioned engaged in in-person and virtual meetings, 915 survey responses, 47 public engagements, including 27 workshops, 15 feedback and info sessions, 3 town halls, and 2 surveys, 11 site tours with 198 members of the public, NYCHA residents, elected officials, and city agencies, 23 advisory group individual and all-hands meetings, joint task force meetings, 32 full task force meetings, office hours, small group discussions, 13 stakeholder focus groups and project briefings with small businesses, community associations, and organizations, 9 NYCHA Red Hook houses, east and west tabling events, focus groups, and feedback sessions, 5 canvassing efforts in Red Hook with Green City Force. Over the course of the engagement process, consistent themes emerged, which included a desire for a modern and sustainable port, job creation and workforce development, affordable housing, public open space and waterfront access, increased resiliency, enhanced light industrial spaces, community facilities, commercial and retail spaces, and Blue Highway. The BMT Vision Plan integrated community feedback and delivers on each of these priorities. Next week, the task force will vote to advance a project that will deliver a 60-acre modern and sustainable all-electric port focused on water-to-water freight, removing trucks from local streets and New York City roadways, and serving as a key node on the city's Blue Highways initiative, and reducing direct-to-consumer vehicle trips. To date, EDC has secured nearly $360 million in public capital to rebuild and modernize the port. This includes an early $80 million city commitment, $15 million in state funding, and a $164 million federal grant, the largest ever received by EDC, and a corresponding $109 million city capital local match. The vision for the port includes a new marginal pier, improved infrastructure, and new equipment that responds to the market demands and industry trends, positioning the port for success. 3 BMT districts, BMT North, Atlantic Basin, and BMT South, totaling a maximum of approximately 7,700 units of housing, including a minimum of 35%, or nearly 2,700 of which will be permanently affordable. If and when the BMT plan achieves full funding, any additional money raised by BMTDC will be dedicated first towards increasing on-site affordability with a goal of 40% of all the housing units, or over 3,000 units, being permanently affordable. The permanently affordable housing will be rented at or below the average AMI of 60% to match option 1 of the city's MIH program, with at least 10% of the units at 40% of AMI and no units above 100% of AMI. A $15 million fund will be established to support off-site preservation and/or creation of affordable housing in Community Board 6 that would preserve approximately 450 units. $200 million in funding to NYCHA Red Hook Houses East and Red Hook Houses West that will preserve approximately 575 units, and 200 affordable units reserved at BMT for NYCHA Red Hook residents. At least 35 acres of public open space, including new destination parks adjoining Brooklyn Bridge Park and Valentino Pier, each of which will bring the public directly to the water, as well as neighborhood parks. A mile-long greenway and new waterfront access connecting Brooklyn Bridge Park to Red Hook. A pedestrian-first traffic and transit plan that prioritizes pedestrian mobility and safety while also improving bus speeds to rider destinations and reducing the burden that trucks place on local streets, including, but not limited to, pedestrianized streets, parking maximums, district-wide garages, blue highways, micromobility and freight hubs, bus priority lanes, increased ferry service, and 1 or more electric shuttles to improve intra- and inter-neighborhood mobility. Over 270,000 square feet of light industrial space available at discounted rents, with not-for-profit management of a standalone industrial spaces at Pier 11 and BMT South. The establishment of a $10 million industrial development fund to support the industrial sector within the broader Red Hook neighborhood. Over 280,000 square feet of community facility and cultural space, including space for a new public school in BMT North and a destination not-for-profit cultural center in BMT South. Over 300,000 square feet of commercial space throughout the site, which will help enliven and support community retail corridors. A new Brooklyn cruise terminal with community integrated public open space and an adjacent approximately 400-key hotel, all of which will help make Atlantic Basin a community amenity and connect it to Red Hook's existing commercial corridor. A comprehensive coastal protection strategy that will protect the site against sea level rise and threats from climate change and deliver the first 30% of a potential future Red Hook Peninsula-wide resiliency system. A comprehensive workforce strategy that includes a project labor agreement, targeted community hiring, a dedicated world-class experiential learning center at Pier 11, and funding to establish an economic mobility network in Red Hook and a maritime career readiness program for NYCHA Red Hook Houses East and Red Hook Houses West residents. Over $21 billion in economic impact for the city and the region, approximately 39,000 temporary construction jobs, approximately 2,400 permanent maritime, industrial, commercial, and residential-related jobs. EDC is one of New York City's largest industrial landlords, with assets supporting 1 of every 12 industrial jobs in the outer boroughs. This scale underscores our deep commitment to the city's industrial sector and BMT. That commitment is reflected in our work across key industrial sites. In the Hunts Point Food Distribution Center, where we have over $1 billion in active redevelopment projects, including a new produce market and the establishment of the Hunts Point Marine Terminal announced publicly this week. In our Sunset Park District, where at the Brooklyn Army Terminal and the May campus, we're investing over $750 million to support modern manufacturing, creative industries, and green jobs. And at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, where our investment of over $100 million has leveraged over $1 billion in private investment on site and over $5 billion in total for the development of one of the nation's largest offshore wind port facilities, an installation that will power over 500,000 homes with green energy in Brooklyn. The BMT Vision Plan builds on this foundation, reinforcing EDC's longstanding dedication to industrial growth and innovation. To that end, the project includes the creation of a $1.75 billion electrified port facility focused on getting trucks off our roads, 275,000 square feet of new, modern, light industrial space at discounted rents, more industrial space that's been brought online in many, many decades, a $10 million industrial development fund to support the construction of new industrial space acquisition and the renovation of existing industrial space and equipment purchases within the broader Red Hook community. In the short term, EDC is already delivering on the city's commitments to invest in BMT. In recent months, we've entered into contracts for a new $15 million electric crane, $2 million in fender repairs to Pier 10, allowing the continued use of that critical bulkhead for Red Hook Container Terminal, and $1 million to demolish and remove 4 out-of-service cranes. While developing a Blue Highway network is an idea that's been around for 30 years, the Adams administration, through the coordinated efforts of the New York City Department of Transportation and EDC, has done more to build out Blue Highway landings in the last 3 years than the entire 30 previous years combined. For example, earlier this year, EDC announced a new public-private partnership at the downtown Skyport to invest $10 million in the build-out of a barge landing for fast ferries that would deliver cargo instead of people for delivery by e-cargo bike to lower Manhattan destinations, getting trucks off the local streets. And earlier this week, the administration announced that the prison barge at Hunts Point will be removed and replaced by a Hunts Point marine terminal that will allow for the unloading of containers with perishable goods coming by barge to the food distribution center from BMT, as well as from ports on the New Jersey side of the harbor and other points along the East Coast. The administration made an additional $28 million commitment towards this Hunts Point facility that is projected to remove 9,000 monthly truck trips from our city's streets and reduce roadway congestion. EDC and DOT are continuing to evaluate another 25 sites across the borough, the feasibility of activating Blue Highway landings on those sites. BMT will be a key node in the citywide Blue Highways initiative, using barges, fast ferry, and zero-emission vehicles. Blue Highways aren't just about freight and ferries. They're about people and career pathways. Earlier this week, EDC published a first-ever Blue Highways workforce assessment to understand the labor force impacts and opportunities created by our investments in the city's Blue Highway system. The report found that Blue Highways-related employment could grow by 72% in the next decade, creating 8,000 net new jobs in New York City by 2035 for a total of 117,000 jobs across maritime, transportation, and logistics sectors. The findings of this report will act as a blueprint for EDC's future investment in workforce development to provide underserved and underrepresented New Yorkers access to family-sustaining Blue Highway careers. To advance training and pathways to Blue Highway jobs, BMT will center a modern maritime port and a Blue Highway welcome and experiential learning center that will provide workforce training, bridge, and adult education to these jobs of the future. New York City is in an unprecedented housing crisis with an identified need to construct over 500,000 new units, including thousands of affordable units by 2030 to meet demand. More than half of the renters in New York City are rent burdened, meaning they spend more than 50% of their income on housing costs, with a vacancy rate across rentals of 1.4%. The problem is particularly acute in Brooklyn and Manhattan. In 2025, Brooklyn Community District 6 identified affordable housing and the need for additional housing among their top 3 most pressing priorities. The Community Board highlighted that the critical housing shortage in the district spans a range of housing types, including affordable and market rate housing, urging city agencies to invest in building a diversity of housing options within the district. This community has seen very little housing built over the last decade. The quarter-mile area immediately surrounding the BMT site has seen 557 new housing units over the last decade, of which 111 were affordable between 2014 and 2024. The vision plan responds to the community's housing needs by delivering approximately 7,700 units. Notably, it preserves or creates about 4,100 affordable units, a remarkable accomplishment that underscores the plan's commitment to inclusive growth. From the outset of the BMT Vision Plan engagement process, task force leadership and EDC established that any future development scenario at the site must be financially viable and self-sustaining, while creating a modern port and delivering a range of benefits that meet the needs of the community. Throughout the engagement process, task force members expressed strong interests in first forming a project-specific entity to govern the implementation and enforcement of the plan, and second, ongoing engagement with the community to make sure that the plan commitments are honored. The governance entity will ensure transparency, accountability, and continued engagement with stakeholders on the project implementation. To that end, EDC is committed to establish a Brooklyn Marine Terminal Development Corporation, a local development corporation that will be charged with implementing the approved BMT Vision Plan. Upon the adoption of the BMT Vision Plan, a Brooklyn Marine Terminal Advisory Task Force will be established to advise and guide the refinement of the site plan for the duration of the GPP process. After GPP approval, the purpose of the Brooklyn Marine Terminal Advisory Task Force will be to advise on ensuring consistency and follow-through on project commitments and provide a forum for continued community input. A resounding theme of community input has been for the final project to deliver jobs for local residents and workforce training, creating opportunities for family-sustaining wages. The redevelopment is estimated to generate over $21 billion in economic impact and projected to create 32,000 construction jobs and 2,400 permanent jobs, of which 295 would be maritime industrial jobs and 200 will be cruise-related jobs. We've worked to ensure that these opportunities are available to community members. To that end, EDC will establish a project labor agreement, a PLA, for all city-funded construction. The PLA will incorporate EDC's community hiring goals to maximize opportunities for community members, particularly NYCHA residents of NYCHA housing at Red Hook East and West. To ensure that community members have access to future jobs at BMT, EDC will establish an economic mobility network in Red Hook, similar to ones that we have just announced in Sunset Park and in Hunts Point. The Economic Mobility Network will be a community-led coalition of Red Hook not-for-profit organizations, which will partner with EDC to deliver ongoing workforce services. The coalition's objective will be to expand local resident employment and local resident internships and apprenticeships and full-time jobs at BMT. Additionally, EDC is committed to a comprehensive maritime career readiness program for young adults at NYCHA Red Hook houses. This program will focus on introducing high schoolers to potential maritime career pathways at BMT and providing the training and credentials necessary to access these opportunities. Finally, EDC is committed to establishing a world-class experiential learning center at Pier 11. The Learning Center will be a dynamic community space with education program, interactive exhibits, and public events that welcomes families, students, and visitors to the Brooklyn Marine Terminal while teaching them about key elements of New York City's working waterfront and the role of the port in the city's Blue Highways ecosystem. In case this testimony doesn't make it clear, I got a lot to say about the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. After decades of dysfunction and decay, EDC and this mayor are taking action to deliver results for New Yorkers. After thousands of conversations with local residents, dozens of meetings and with urban planners and community leaders, significant input and plan changes incorporated from the task force, and many hours walking the 122-acre site with any and all interested members of the public, I'm incredibly proud of the vision plan we have today. Instead of a fenced-off, crumbling concrete lot with piers falling into the harbor, the plan has thousands of affordable homes to meet the housing crisis. It has 35 acres of new parks and open space and major resiliency upgrades. And of course, it has 60 acres of a modern working port at its core. That's thousands of union construction jobs, hundreds of careers for union longshoremen and union hotel workers, new spaces for local creators, artists, makers, and entrepreneurs. I'm not the only one excited about BMT. We've submitted with our testimony letters of support for the project from the maritime industry, ILA Local 1814, the Maritime Association of New York and New Jersey, Red Hook Container Terminal, the Shipping Association of New York and New Jersey, NYCHA Leadership, Karen Blondell, President of Red Hook West Residents Association, and Francis Brown, President of Red Hook East Residents Association, Labor, Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York, and the Hotel Trades Council, Housing Advocates, Citizens Housing and Planning Council, Community Preservation Corporation, New York Housing Congress, New York State Association of Affordable Housing, and Open New York, Transit Advocates, Regional Plan Association, Open Plans, Bright Sides, the E-Mobility Project, Electric Avenue, Brooklyn Spoke Media, Transportation Alternatives, and Bike New York, among others. As one final note, I am personally appreciative of the fierce advocacy of Councilmember Aviles. Her leadership role on the BMT task force, while we haven't always seen eye to eye, I know our debates have always been rooted in a shared belief that this project must deliver the maximum public benefits for New Yorkers. And she, like many other task force members over the last 10 months, have spent countless hours on this project. With that, I'm happy to answer your questions about the project. I hope you will all join me in supporting our vision for a working, thriving, living waterfront on the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew Kimball, for that testimony. I want to acknowledge you've been joined by Councilmembers Ressler, Salamanca, and Riley. And I'll just jump right in to some of the process, GPP versus ULURP questions that I have. We understand that there's a precedent for using a GPP to facilitate a proposal of this nature. In fact, a GPP was used to effectuate Brooklyn Bridge Park just north of this site. However, GPPs are usually used for New York State properties and led by the New York State Economic Development Corporation. Is there a precedent for city EDC to lead a GPP?
I'm going to defer to my colleague. I don't think we're aware
Okay.
of one.
Thank you. And this is a project of a citywide scale with obviously profound effects on the surrounding neighborhoods for decades to come. How does the level and duration of outreach and community engagement undertaken as part of the GPP compared to a typical neighborhood rezoning effort that would go through ULURP, for example?
I think there is no typical ULURP, as you know, but I think I have demonstrated in my testimony and with our actions over the last year that the level of community engagement here has been extraordinary, that we have a task force that will take a vote on whether to proceed in the GPP that includes critical community organizations and leaders, represents regional interests like the RPA, represents Community Board 6, represents the local elected officials. So we believe this has been very comprehensive and inclusive and compares favorably to any ULURP process, certainly that I've seen.
And given the Port Authority's $518 million losses at the site between 1991 and 2016, what analysis supports the conclusion that a smaller, modernized port can be financially stable or sustainable?
The first 3 or 4 months of this engagement, and task force members can attest to this, involved a significant input and debate at the task force about the appropriate size, shape, contours of the port operation. We brought in outside consultants with international reputation, Moffitt and Nichols. We talked to port operators all over the world, not just on the New Jersey side of the port, but port operators as far away as Oslo, Lisbon in Portugal, Malmo in Sweden, to understand best practice and the size for what will always be a niche port, given the fact that it does not have rail access, it does not have access to highways, unlike those ports on the New Jersey side. After enormous analysis, we came up with 60 acres as the appropriate size. That includes 20 to 30 acres for a container port, which we think can double or triple in its activity, bringing perishable goods, mostly from South and Central America, with ships that can fit into Brooklyn that don't draw more than 40 feet, because that's the bottom. Even with dredging is 40 feet. That's the total depth. So the kinds of ships that come into New Jersey cannot come into Brooklyn, but that bring fresh produce in refrigerated containers called reefers. Today, those containers unload at BMT. Some do go out in the community by truck. The vast majority get barged back to New Jersey, go into cold storage, get processed, get on another truck, go to the Bronx, get processed at the food distribution center, get on another truck, and go out to their final destination. We are changing the paradigm here by expanding that container operation with a large marginal pier, have the ability to transload those perishable containers immediately onto a barge, float them up the East River, so no trucks, unload them at the Hunts Point Marine Terminal, have them processed, and then have it even go out by water for their final destination using fast ferries, using e-cargo trikes for that last mile delivery throughout the boroughs. Those won't be the only barges that go up to Hunts Point. I want to be clear. There'll be barges coming from New Jersey. There'll be barges coming along the East Coast, what's called short sea shipping. But we think that this is a transformational moment. So that's just part number one of the port. That's 20 to 30 acres. The balance of the port space will be available for construction staging. You see construction in New York happening now from the water side at JFK. You see it on the Battery Maritime project, on the Battery Park project that EDC is conducting right now. We're going to need it to rebuild the Fidei Seaport for resiliency. We're going to need it to help build the climate exchange on Governor's Island. We're going to need it, waterborne activity with construction materials, to build out the port and BMT as well as the BQE. So we need more space like that in the city. We also will have abundant space there for small package Blue Highway goods. All of those things I just described are part of the Blue Highway network. What most people think is just the small package, which is FedEx, UPS, Amazon. There will be space for that also, and we'll be working very hard to get our private partners to move more goods from the New Jersey side, small packages, this is dry materials, to BMT, break them down, and have them go out by fast ferry or leave BMT by e-cargo bike.
Okay, thank you for that. And you folks know that I'm familiar with a lot of this, bless you, with the Hunts Point Terminal Market and Hunts Point Market. Just a question around, or a clarification and just reaffirmation. The governance structure that will oversee the long-term operation and management of the redevelopment of the terminal is, in your testimony, the Brooklyn Marine Terminal Development Corporation in conjunction with the advisory task force, correct?
So there are two pieces. We've had a task force that's had enormous input. There's going to be a 2/3 vote. There will be an ongoing advisory body during the GPP. So as we go through the environmental review and finalize site plans, they will have input during that period of time. Post GPP, that group then becomes an oversight body, similar to what was established on the Gowanus rezoning. We will fund a facilitator for that group during that period of time. But right before completion of GPP, we will establish the Brooklyn Marine Terminal Development Corporation, which will have responsibility for approving all contracts, overseeing every financial transaction, and delivering on the financial commitments that are made in the plan.
Okay, great. What regular reporting will EDC provide to the City Council on project progress, community benefits delivery, any financial performances?
I suspect that there will be regular hearings on the matter, but we're delighted to have that conversation with you.
Okay, and is there going to be any oversight mechanisms beyond the current task force structure? Or will the council have any monitoring role in its progress?
So the council, along with other elected officials, the mayor and the governor, will have seats on the Brooklyn Development Corporation board. There's provisions, and we're still negotiating the final composition with the task force, but there will be significant local representation for people who live in Community Board 6, have businesses in Community Board 6, have experience in industrial and maritime, and also represent the leadership of Red Hook East and West. Those are all commitments we've made.
Okay, and are there any specific performance metrics measuring the maritime and housing components that we have in place?
We have goals for each one of those, so we need a framework approved for what we can build. And we have a very detailed phasing plan that we've been reviewing with the task force. And we expect that we will be able to achieve the timeline that we have laid out. A project like this is going to take a long time. Once the GPP is approved and the Development Corporation is set up, it will immediately put out an RFP for a port operator. So we, unlike the existing conditions, will give a long-term lease for a port operator who's likely to oversee the entire port operation. So that's container, that's construction staging, that's Blue Highway, and that's the cruise terminal. And they'll be given a long enough lease, likely longer than 30 years, to allow them to bring their own financing into the project. Just like any good economic development project, we want to leverage as much private investment as possible. So the $1.75 billion for the port that I'm referring to just comes from project proceeds, essentially proceeds that might otherwise just go into the general fund that the city has agreed can stay in the project, from the equivalent value of the pilot payments over 40 years, that's about $1.3 billion, and from the public grants. But we expect on top of that, that the private operator will invest $250 to $500 million themselves in the site for further enhancements for topside infrastructure, electric cranes, build out of the space, warehouses. What's subsurface and what's bulkhead is the public's responsibility, and we're taking care of that.
And just in line with the dialogue around shrinking the port or making it smaller, is there an industrial action plan in place to ensure the port is able to sustain operations with a smaller footprint?
Well, what you have today is a site of about 122 acres, where about 60 of it, maybe you could say, has some industrial maritime, but unfortunately, because of the lack of investment, Piers 9A and B have collapsed into the water. Piers 7 and 8 have a lifespan somewhere in the 8 to 10 year range. If you were to rebuild each of those finger piers in the configuration that they're in today, which is not what the maritime industry wants, the days of finger piers are over in the maritime industry. Each one of those would be $200 million, right? So instead, we're building a marginal pier to build out. That work on the port will begin immediately using the public grants. As we put out what will be many RFPs over a 10-year period, starting in BMT North for housing, the proceeds from that housing will not only help build out the infrastructure and green space, but help with some cross-subsidization for the port.
I'd like to switch gears over to some of the questions around housing revenue or funding. Can you clarify how much of the port infrastructure investment is expected to be subsidized through housing development?
So a significant portion. So it's $3.7 billion project. Okay, here are your funding sources. You've got $1.3 billion, which is the value of the pilot payments over 40 years, which the city has agreed that we can either finance against the pilot payments, future pilot payments, or they will provide an upfront capital. So that's $1.3 billion. Then there's about $360 million of grants today. Of course, we'll continue to aggressively pursue grants, both for port and for other elements of the project, but that's what we have today, and we need a financially feasible plan right out of the box. The balance, a little over $2 billion, will come from housing proceeds.
Okay, and I know a lot of the conversations or dialogue that's happened around this. Actually, before I ask my next question, was this approach chosen over public or federal funding alone, this approach that you're doing?
This approach was chosen because it's a realistic approach to actually get something done. The scale and magnitude of the costs here are extraordinary, and without creative financing that you've seen on many projects that are this massive in the many billions, from Hudson Yards to the Brooklyn Bridge Park to numerous other projects, Battery Park City. You need to have creative financing structures to get a project of this ambition done.
And were there any other alternative funding models considered beyond the market rate housing to fund the maritime infrastructure?
I am always delighted to geek out with somebody on creative financial models. We have looked at all of them, but if there are others, we are delighted to pursue them. Some folks have said, why don't you go out and raise maritime bonds as an example? There are examples of those. The reality is that bond financing through the city is likely to be cheaper. We'll look at that for sure as a source. So everything is on the table. We needed to present to the task force a realistic plan of what we think will be the financial sources to get this project done.
Understood. And has EDC conducted stress testing in the cross-subsidization model? And what happens to port operations if the housing market conditions deteriorate?
Yeah, obviously with a project like this, you have to have what you believe are very realistic expectations for return. So typically, and on every EDC project, we go through a rigorous financial analysis. We make sure we are very conservative in our projections. You always want to be surprised on the plus side rather than the negative side. We use economic modeling that's reviewed by the Office of Management and Budget, which is very, very rigorous to make sure they are comfortable that we're not creating undue burdens financially for the city. But absolutely, market conditions are a factor. But we expect that over a 10-year period, we can get this build out done. Is it possible there is a downturn? There's another 2008 economic condition? Absolutely, it's always possible in the city. There are things out of our control. There are tariffs, there's interest rates, but we believe we have come up with a very responsible, pragmatic plan to move forward.
And what if the no action scenario of this plan doesn't move forward?
Yeah, so the no action scenario is that you will certainly have a much more responsible actor in managing the site than you had before. EDC has a long-term lease for it right now. We are committed to the investments that we said we would make when we announced this project. Okay, so that's about $80 million that was announced at the time of the project. I mentioned some of the investments that are already happening, buying a new $15 million crane, $2 million for the bulkhead at Pier 10, just to make sure Red Hook Container Terminal can continue to operate and the 175 ILA members don't lose their jobs. But it's nowhere near the funding that's needed to create a modern port of the future. And so that's why we need a creative cross-subsidy plan to make this work. Plus, we are living in this moment of a major housing crisis. These two things can live together, right? I've heard a lot of conversation about IBZs. This is an extraordinary investment in an IBZ, close to $2 billion in the IBZ, 270,000 square feet of light industrial space in addition to the 60-acre port. That's an incredible investment in an IBZ that should be celebrated.
I appreciate that response. I think this is something we've chatted about. I've chatted with the members around the different types of funding sources, what happens if, even with just our own electoral process that we're going through right now and what's upcoming and what we don't know. I just appreciate the response, and it's something for us to keep having dialogue around.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, if I could just add one piece. So you did ask about the no-build scenario, right? So the reality is we are going to try to continue port operations there for as long as possible. But the reality is that without a financially viable plan, I don't see the city providing city capital to rebuild a $2 billion port. So pieces of it are going to fall into the river, lost forever. Of course, we will try to maintain those ILA jobs and the container operation as long as possible. What you will also get, and what's on the site today, on the other 60 acres that are non-maritime, okay, they are the things that pay the most that are allowed in an IBZ. So what do we have there today? We have a lot of truck parking. We have modular hotel units that were stored there temporarily that never got installed, just rotting. We have rock crushing. We have the concrete recycling facility that Councilmember Hanif mentioned. You have hard-to-cite city uses that are, as of right, in an IBZ. And undoubtedly, there will have to be some amount of those because it's not financially feasible for EDC to continue to subsidize a port operation at the tune of $5 million a year, which is what the Port Authority did for many years, and we are doing right now. And we will honor the term that the Red Hook Container Terminal has.
And are there any specific financial triggers that would require modifications to either the housing or maritime components if revenue projections are not met?
I don't think so. Is it conceivable that it might take longer to build out every section of the plan? Absolutely. We are going to start in the north. We're going to start on the marginal pier immediately. We're going to get a port operator in place for 30 years who's going to help with the final design of that marginal pier, who's going to bring private resources to the table. We're going to move into construction on that as fast as we can. At the same time, we're going to begin to put out to the market sites on the northern end, which we view as the most valuable sites, right adjacent to Brooklyn Bridge Park. And those returns will help build out the infrastructure for the housing, the green space, the resiliency barrier that's going to run all the way from Atlantic to Valentino Park, a incredibly comprehensive resiliency plan, the first of its kind for Red Hook, which could be a model for the rest of the peninsula to really make Red Hook resilient for the long term. All of those things will start in the north and move south.
I'd like to move over to like the jobs and industrial uses of the site. What role will workforce development or job training programs play in ensuring the economic benefits reach people in Red Hook and surrounding communities?
Yeah. The ILA today has a apprenticeship program. We're going to want to work with them, with our workforce development center that we will put on the site and the economic mobility network that we will stand up. This will be a number of local not-for-profits. We'll have a competitive process to select them, just as we have in Sunset Park and in Hunts Point. We expect that will be funded at about $500,000 a year. And the goal will be to get to young people early on, get them excited about careers in maritime in the Blue Highway. We do this today, by the way, with Hornblower that runs NYC Ferry, and have had a lot of success placing young people who go to the harbor school in jobs. A number of the captains in NYC Ferry come out of the harbor school, and we're really proud of that. We can build on that. We will have a physical presence on site, which we think is really important, which will have simulation equipment of what it's like to be on the water, what it's like to drive a boat, what it's like to work on a boat. But there'll also be other jobs. There will be jobs that are long-term, permanent jobs in that 270,000 square feet of light industrial space. So there is a long track record of the last 25 years at the Navy Yard, at the Brooklyn Army Terminal, in private sites like Greg O'Connell's properties in Red Hook, like at Industry City, where small industrial players who tend to create 2 to 3 jobs per 1,000 square feet. That will be another number of jobs. On top of all of that, and on the front end, you've got this massive build-out of 39,000 jobs related to the construction of this thing. Another huge opportunity to work with the construction trades through a PLA where there are specific and community hiring provisions targeting local NYCHA residents, and that's a massive opportunity to work with Red Hook East and West.
And are there any protections that are in place to prevent long-term erosion of maritime and industrial uses in favor of maybe higher revenue residential or commercial development?
One danger is not approving this plan. And I will say another danger is not moving as quickly as we can to build out this Blue Highway network. This administration is deeply committed to this, working with DOT. I described some of the sites that we're already spending real dollars on for the first time since people have been talking about this for 30 years. Real dollars are being spent, real estate is being locked up. You want to move quickly to build out that infrastructure.
And what analysis was conducted regarding the loss of 60-plus acres of designated industrial waterfront? And if there was any, how does that align with the city's comprehensive waterfront plan?
I'm focused on BMT and leveraging as much investment in the IBZ there to create as many jobs and develop a network for Blue Highway that works for the city.
Got it. I'd like to shift some questions over to just housing and transportation, and then I'll probably break for some members. In terms of housing, what guarantees are in place to ensure long-term affordability, especially in the neighborhood facing displacement pressures?
Ultimately, all the contracts are going to be made through the Development Corporation, but just to be clear, our commitment that will be embedded in the GPP commitments and embedded in the Development Corporation's plans are for permanently affordable housing, permanently. So, as you noted, we did start this plan with 25% affordability at an average of 60% AMI. The city stepped in halfway through the process with a huge additional commitment to this project, was that we could keep the value of the pilots over 40 years. That has only happened a handful of times in the 30 years I've been involved in economic development, where the city agrees to that, where you can finance off of that. And that allowed us to move from 35% 25% to 35%. At the same time, we cut down the overall number of units. We had started at 12, then we went to 9, we're now at 7,700. The impact, the combined impact of going from 25 to 35 and reducing the number of housing units was $1 billion impact on the project, but we were able to make that commitment because we were allowed to keep the future pilot payments in the project, and the city has not made a final determination on which way they're going to go, provide those dollars in the form of capital in the near-term years.
And is there going to be a cap on luxury or market rate units to maintain balance and affordability on site?
There's going to be a mixture in all of the buildings. So the 35% commitment is going to run through all of our buildings.
Got it.
We're not having a whole slew of 100% affordable buildings and a whole slew of market rate buildings. It's going to be integrated into every site.
And have you folks looked at the phasing of the housing plan and when each of the phases would be developed?
Yeah, so again, going back to phasing, starting north, moving south, Marginal Pier plus BMT North along Columbia Street. We think that we can get into the ground by 2029, assuming a GPP approval in 2026. You then have RFPs for the port operator, RFPs for those first few developers for the pads, and construction start in 2029. It's a 10-year build-out for the whole site.
Okay. I'm sure the council member will have questions on that, but I can follow up as well. In terms of transportation, what's MTA's involvement and what's the plan including enhancing the transit options? I saw a mixture, a lot of different transit-oriented
Yep.
testimony, but just
Yep.
around bus routes and MTA.
Yep. So this is absolutely a community in need of transportation options. There is no doubt about that. We are very focused on that in the plan. Number one, creating a pedestrian-forward district with maximizing green space opportunities, pedestrian walk areas in every part of the site, making sure there's safety at crosswalks. There's enormous concern in the community, I understand, about congestion at Columbia and Atlantic. In terms of our transportation planning and any future trucks that depart BMT, the goal is to funnel those trucks down Hamilton Avenue onto the BQE or other locations where they may be going, instead of everything being pushed towards Atlantic and Columbia. Those things can happen. We have committed in the plan to increase our New York City ferry service significantly. In fact, we are already moving from what is a 50-minute wait time to a 40-minute wait time, and we believe we can get that down to 30 minutes by the time we begin the build-out of this project. We are putting in over a mile of new greenway and bike lanes. We're going to put in separate lanes for e-cargo mobility. One of the challenges with the greenway that runs around the BMT today is you have both bikes and e-cargo vehicles that are in conflict with pedestrians as well. So those are all key parts of creating a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. In addition to transit up to the subways, we've committed to $25 million towards a electric shuttle that would run a loop through the site. The ultimate exact route will be decided by the Development Corporation, but we are committing project proceeds towards this to get Red Hook residents and NYCHA residents up to the subway lines, the F at Carroll, more expeditiously. We've been having very constructive conversations with the MTA about a number of bus route improvements, most particularly the B61. The big challenge with the B61 is that it can't move through traffic. And so dealing with that traffic situation, creating smarter and a better grid, both for pedestrians and for vehicles, is part of the answer there. The MTA has given us a letter that they are committed to working with us on improvements. It is The MTA, never in my experience, is committing 5-7 years out to a specific service, but they see the opportunity. In the past, a new subway stop has been studied at Red Hook. That was north of $10 billion. Not something that's viable under this project.
Okay, thank you so much for responding to my questions. I'm going to pause for my questions and turn it over to Councilmember Aviles, followed by Hanif, then Ressler. And just really quickly, I want to remind folks from the public that are here, if you want to support something being stated, you use this gesture. I will be maintaining decorum in this room, and I will enforce it if necessary. So just be mindful of that, and we will have multiple rounds for members, so please stay within your time if possible. Thank you.
It's not possible. So the redevelopment of the Brooklyn Marine Terminal at this point is contingent on this land swap agreement with the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey, which is obviously memorialized in this MOU agreement between the city and the state. What other options did EDC explore, if any, for the redevelopment of this property?
Well, we had a unique opportunity that 40 years of mayors have tried to secure, which is to get control of this site and break out of what had been a dysfunctional agreement between the city, the state, and the Port Authority. So that required a months-long negotiation, where as part of the deal that was made, we would swap these two parcels of land. These are sites that have regional importance because of the maritime nature. By very definition, the GPP is the appropriate mechanism for a project of regional importance. And that's why we settled in this deal on the GPP process. We will go through it together with the Port Authority such that at the end, they get full ownership of Howland Hook and the city of BMT.
So did you explore any other mechanism besides a GPP?
That was the mechanism that was negotiated.
Okay. Let me ask you a quick series of questions. You can answer yes or no. So did the tri-party agreement require that the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, that it had to maintain the port in a state of good repair?
I'm not aware. I just know of the fact that they didn't.
You're not aware of the agreement and the responsibilities of the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey in this agreement
I'm sure
and
we
their
could find.
obligation?
I'm sure we could find language in there that does obligate them to
Just
it.
to let you
but
know.
I don't know every word of that agreement. What I do know is that nothing happened there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And you
That's
were
unfortunate.
a very important voice in
So, yes or
criticizing
no?
them for that.
Let's continue to move on. It does, in fact, require the Port Authority to maintain the property. Did the tri-party agreement provide the right to the city to audit this facility? I'm
Yes.
sure you reviewed this as you were deeply negotiating it. So yes, it did provide, okay. Did the EDC exercise this right to audit this facility?
We asked of the Port Authority, just in the 3 years I was there, I can't speak for beyond that, for detailed reports, condition reports, for their audited financial statements, so we understood exactly the subsidy that was being paid. And we did get conditions reports on bulkheads and piers that showed them in really bad shape. When we acquired the site, we then reviewed all those reports and sent divers in the water and found out the situation was even worse than what was in the reports that they gave us.
So, would the city have been within its rights to have taken legal action for the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey for lack of investment and meeting its basic obligation to maintain this property in a state of good repair?
It's very possible, council member, but we'd be here in 10 years with nothing happening on that site.
I think you have a fiduciary responsibility to this city to examine that. And of course, if you are receiving a lemon, I would wonder why
I think our
this deal
fiduciary-
seems to be financially feasible for the taxpayers of the city of New York. So let's move on.
We disagree
In
on
terms
that.
of Howland Hook, 225-acre property, 6 cranes and rail access, a dream, I'm sure, for the Port Authority. The city has owned this land and has leased it to a private operator, CMA. Can you provide to the council the estimated value or the capitalization of the Howland Hook site?
What I know is that the Port Authority and their private operators, because they have an existing lease there from the city, have invested several $100 million in the site. They recently announced an extended lease with a new operator. Them getting long-term lease, which they did through this deal, and ultimately full ownership, will allow them to leverage even more private investment.
Good
But
for the Port Authority.
good
So
for the
how,
Port Authority,
how
sure.
was the, what was the appraised value of this site in Howland Hook?
I don't have that. I can get back to you.
Was that not part of the consideration in the trade to
In a-
provide
in
the
a
Port
business deal,
Authority
Councilmember, where you
who
have-
had neglected, let me
Yeah.
just finish. The Port Authority who had neglected its obligation to maintain this site,
Yeah.
and then the city just happily gives over a well-capitalized, well-invested site? What is wrong with that business transaction?
When people look back on this transaction, if it moves forward, decades from now, they are going to look at it as one of the best deals that the city of New York has made on economic development in recent history.
Can you provide to the council how much capital the city invested into the Howland Hook property in the last 10 years? Have they invested any?
Very little, maybe under 100 million.
Got it. Can you provide, can you tell us what the net profits of the Howland Hook property is at this moment? In the
I'll have
last
to go
year?
back and check. We did look at all of that during the transaction.
So in terms of this land swap, the city agreed to give up this profitable Howland Hook for a deteriorating site in Brooklyn, supposedly needing over $1 billion in investment. What was the cost-benefit analysis that the EDC engaged in to make sure that this swap was actually in the best interest of New York City taxpayers?
The cost-benefit analysis was that there is a site that is adjacent to the rest of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey's port empire, which is in Bayonne, Newark, and Elizabeth, so immediately across the water from that, that can handle deep-sea ships that makes sense for them to manage. And we had the opportunity to acquire 122 acres of incredibly valuable land on the waterfront, and not only meet our policy goals during a housing crisis, but build out a new $1.75 billion port to get trucks off our street.
Sir, are you aware that you work for the EDC in the city of New York and not the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey? It sounds like they got a pretty good deal. Let's talk about the value of the land. How did you value this land? What's the current estimated value of this land, and how did you get there?
Yeah, that's where I was going. So, look, you have a combination of factors here, council member, that you have to take into consideration when you calculate the value of the land. So there's, as of right, no investment, no cross-subsidy. That's not a lot of value.
Let's talk about the
There is
valuation of the land before you got to the deal, right? You had to have made an you had to have estimated the value of the property as you were engaged in this deal with the Port
Under the
Authority.
current zoning, negative, because it's falling into the water. I explained four
So
finger piers,
122
each
acre
falling into the
property
water.
had zero value when you were engaged
Not
in
without
this deal.
massive subsidy and cross-investment.
That is
If you-
shocking.
If you change the land use and you allow for housing and other uses, that creates a lot of value to cross-subsidize. If you build out a port facility, the private sector will actually respond to and pay you rent and invest in, that creates a lot of value.
So no value, and you traded it in.
Very little.
You gave a very profitable piece of property to get one with no value.
We did because we had a mayor and a governor and some local elected officials who believed in the promise of this site as a mixed-use site.
I believe in the promise of this site in a modern port facility. What I do not believe is that you transition public property into luxury housing and you create a deal that unfortunately is a bad financial deal for New York City taxpayers, and unfortunately lets the people of Red Hook suffer the burden and impacts of a property and a plan that has no solution. I know there was a lot of pretty things in there. We've talked a lot about this magical electrical bus, but it doesn't solve the transportation solutions. 30% climate resiliency does not solve. It leaves 70% of the neighborhood, a peninsula, floodwater, at risk. There's a lot here that is great, but there's a lot here that needs real further engagement, and asking people to agree and asking the residents to agree to a land giveaway to private luxury real estate development, because the city, quite frankly, is not willing to invest, or the state for that matter, fully invest in this in the way that it needs to for its historic regional opportunity is deeply unfortunate. So I'm gonna stop here because I know my colleagues have questions and we'll come back.
I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Hanif for questions.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
I'll start off with the concrete recycling facility, our favorite topic. The recycling facility has blanketed Columbia waterfront homes in dust and shattered trust between residents and the city agencies. The concrete recycling facility needs to be shut down, which is what we've been calling for, to a non-residential area immediately. Can you commit today to closing the DOT's concrete recycling facility?
I appreciate your advocacy on this. I know there are concerns. The best way to make sure that we don't have that use or similar uses, because there have been similar uses on the site for years, is to move forward with a plan that focuses on creating a new port with the kinds of uses I described, plus the mixed-use components to it.
While still endangering the people who live there. What you're saying then is
No,
the concrete, if this doesn't pass, the concrete recycling facility continues to exist with other types of
what I
use
will
that are
say
similar.
is that whether the concrete recycling facility closes or not, those types of as-of-right uses in an IBZ are likely to continue at some level because they are as of right. There's a desperate need for uses, hard-to-cite municipal uses, and that's what the current zoning allows. And because the piers are falling in the water, there is not enough industrial maritime demand today to fill the 122 acres, and there's a $5 million a year subsidy that we've got to cover.
Moving on, can you share if a proposal with more affordable housing was explored? Why was 35% affordable housing chosen as the target? What analysis determined this was the maximum feasible percentage? And given that this is public land, why wasn't 50% or higher affordable housing explored as the baseline rather than having the majority as market rate housing?
Yeah, as I described before, the initial plan, where the proceeds coming into it, cross-subsidizing port, cross-subsidizing affordable housing, just came from the proceeds of the housing and didn't include the future pilot payments, monetizing those, whether you finance off of it or you get it up front as capital. The minute that equation changed, we were able to go from 25% to 35%. That's $1 billion move. At the same time as we shrunk the total number of units, because that was another request of the task force. We have committed to a goal of 40%. Once project proceeds come in, we have filled any outstanding gap or additional capital commitments come in. 40% is quite extraordinary. That's on site. On top of that, we've committed to a $200 million fund for NYCHA and a $50 million fund to support affordable new housing and preservation in the neighborhood. We believe the combination of that would preserve or create another 1,000 units. So obviously, we'll be working closely with HPD and with NYCHA on the deployment of those dollars and the Brooklyn Marine Development Corporation Task Force.
I am anxious about the affordable housing being built because with Atlantic Yards, last week I was at a press conference calling on the state to penalize the developer $2,000 for every unit that hasn't been built yet. The market rate units have been built. The affordable housing units are still left to be built.
Yeah.
We need clear commitments on the affordable housing being treated as the same as market rate. And these additional outside features, money is going to Red Hook houses and other finances to support preservation, I think would need to be very, very clear to our community that this is our money.
I understand your comment as it relates to Atlantic Yards. I will just highlight one very, very significant difference, and that is that we are creating a development corporation with local representation on it that will have the final contractual say on this deal. That does not exist at Atlantic Yards.
Can you talk about the environmental impact assessments that have been conducted for the proposed redevelopment, particularly in regard to air and water quality?
Yeah, so I will begin and I'll turn over to my colleague, Jen, who's an expert in planning. But to start is a focus on an all-electric port, which will substantially reduce carbon emissions in the area as it relates to the port. A focus on blue highways that moves goods water to water so that those perishable goods on containers won't go out by truck. Will move
No, I
by
understand
water.
that. I just want to know if
The full environmental review happens during the general project plan process.
Yeah, so Councilmember, during the GPP process, when we start the GPP early next year, we would also start the environmental review process in parallel. And that's consistent with the ULURP even. You have a plan, and then you put it through environmental review to then study the environmental impacts of that plan, including air quality and water quality. So that's entirely consistent as a part of the process.
And then, are there other tests that need to take place, assessments?
Well, the full EIS will study other types of impacts like shadow impacts, for example, in open space. It's a very exhaustive document that has very specific regulations for what is studied during that EIS. Moreover, when we start the scoping process in the fall, there's an opportunity for public comment on the scope of the environmental review. So if the community members feel that what we're proposing as a scope of environmental review needs to consider other aspects of environmental impacts, they will have an opportunity to share that and for that to be incorporated into the environmental review.
Wait, could you say that last part one more time?
There's a scoping process that will start this fall. If we actually have an affirmative vote of the task force, we first publish the scope for public review, and then there is a public hearing for members of the community, elected officials to comment on the scope and suggest whether there's additional analysis that needs to be included formally in the environmental review.
I see. What recourse will exist for the task force or the community if public benefit elements are delayed or defunded?
Yeah, so this is the importance of setting up a development corporation with local representation that actually has the contractual responsibility to follow through on the commitments that are made. That's number one. Number two is very similar to the Gowanus. which does not have a development corporation, but similar to the Gowanus, which has an oversight task force, which I think generally has been well received. I think there's concerns about funding it, and we've committed to funding this oversight task force to the tune of $1 million. We've also agreed to fund a legal review of those commitments for the Oversight Task Force as it heads into post-GPP oversight. So that group we're expecting will meet quarterly. I think that's the same pace as Gowanus, to make sure that BMTDC is coming to the table and reporting to that Oversight Task Force on the delivery of commitments, to coordinate with them on construction impacts, and report on progress.
I totally understand that. I would want there to be something written out. What are the recourses? Because I think with a lot of projects that we've seen, we have lived with delays and we have lost money, or we've needed more money. And I think it's really important for us to know what happens then. And then I just want to ask, and this is my last question for now, what authority does, well, it's not the task force, the Development Corporation have to approve or reject project changes tied to delays or budget cuts?
It has the ultimate approval over every contract, every decision made governing this site.
And this is the Development Corporation?
The Development Corporation, yeah. Very similar to Brooklyn Bridge Development Corporation in that regard.
I'm now passing it over and recognizing Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I want to just thank my colleagues, Councilmembers Aviles and Hanif, for their leadership. Of course, this project is in their districts, and they know best. I do want to ask about some of the ways in which it impacts District 33 as an immediately adjacent area. What has been the interplay with the BQE project and the Triple Cantilever project in your planning?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. Really good question. We are in constant coordination with DOT, both on short-term.
Are they here today?
They're not, I don't believe, but both.
Why not?
I didn't invite people to this hearing. Both
But,
on.
I mean, you're the city, you're responsible for the project. You didn't think it would be relevant to have DOT here and considering the massive transportation impacts in the BMT area and the adjacent areas?
What I can speak to is how we're coordinating with DOT. So we are in constant contact with them. They have come to the task force a couple of times. They have made a number of short-term commitments, particularly around the interchange of Atlantic and Columbia, where you have a lot of backup. Long-term, as you know, they are looking to move into the federal NEPA process later in the year. So the coordination between these two projects, as they move through their NEPA process, which will follow ours, is our environmental review process. Overlap maybe a little bit. It's unclear exactly when their federal NEPA will begin, but we think by the end of the year will be critically important.
So the Triple Cantilever is failing. It's a deteriorating piece of infrastructure. Are you concerned that the impacts of this project could have on DOT's ability to move forward with their plans?
I'm not. They're going to have their track. We need to make sure these two projects work together. And I will tell you one critically important thing about our project is having a marginal pier and bulkhead that can receive the construction materials when they are ready to rebuild, the BQE in the future. We don't know exactly when that will be, but that's one of the reasons, as I described, all the different projects around the city that are now getting built from the water side, like the JFK, or what will happen at Governor's Island with the climate exchange, what's happening today at the Brooklyn Battery. They're being staged from the water side. What I think would be deeply impactful for your community is when construction starts and there's no waterside access and everything's coming in by truck.
What impacts do you anticipate on Atlantic Avenue as a result? Atlantic Avenue is on the border between Councilmember Hanif's district and mine. It's highly congested.
Yeah.
It's been a longstanding priority of our community to close the on-ramp for the Queens-bound BQE at Atlantic Avenue. Do you think that the BMT project makes that aspiration impossible?
I can't comment on that. That would be reviewed within the federal NEPA
Do you think
process.
it makes it much less likely that we'll be able to close the on-ramp?
Councilmember, DOT has been very clear that they remain committed to studying the closure of that on-ramp. And so the BMT project does not affect that commitment. So
Their commitment to study it, but
to study it.
But the impact of the BMT project on our ability to close the ramp is the question I'm asking you.
We cannot predetermine what that impact would be. There will be a coordinated environmental review of through the BMT project and through the BQE Central project, where we share information that will enable us to study if and how the BMT project might impact the closure of that ramp.
I mean, from my vantage point, it's extremely dangerous to walk down Atlantic Avenue to Brooklyn Bridge Park every day. We have families and strollers coming from Councilmember Hanif's district and mine that can't safely get around because the streets are so congested and poorly designed, and there's a on-ramp to an interstate highway that runs through the middle of our residential neighborhoods. And I'm concerned that you're adding 7,500 units of housing and all of these other activities. It will make it harder for us to address the congestion and changes that we have on Atlantic Avenue. You'd think is that an unfounded concern?
The best way to improve traffic safety, pedestrian safety, bike safety, is to move forward with this plan because it really is visionary in terms of having a pedestrian forward plan for that Columbia and Red Hook waterfront area.
Right. No, I'm not commenting on the specifics of the plan and how it impacts those neighborhoods. I'm commenting on specifically we have a disaster on Atlantic Avenue. And I want to understand how this plan will impact it. That's why I started by saying I'm concerned that DOT isn't here today because the other agencies, we have other city agencies that have a direct stake in your proposals, and it will impact their work, and they should have to speak to how it affects the BQE project and the redesign of Atlantic Avenue. I just, if I may, for 30 more seconds, we're approaching the end of the Adams administration and seeking a major approval and commitment from the task force and other stakeholders for this to move forward. Why should all of us believe that the intentions of the Adams administration will become a reality in the future?
We all live in the real world. We know there'll be an administration that starts in January. We don't know which one. They will clearly have strong views about economic development, who's involved in economic development. What we can control is what we can control. And we have this unique opportunity and time with a mayor and governor who are in line with strong community support for a plan that we think will transform this area in positive ways, create loads of local jobs, and really improve our overall city infrastructure through a Blue Highways network. And that's why we're moving forward aggressively now into GPP.
And I'll just say lastly on the Blue Highways network, when we had Deputy Mayor Joshi here, I met with her multiple times about the Blue Highways, met with her staff multiple times. I can't point to any progress that we've seen on the Blue Highways in 3+ years of the Adams administration. And I appreciate you centering it here and proposing some good things. But at the end of the de Blasio administration, EDC and DOT put out a bunch of good ideas for how we can start moving more of our freight in our waterways. And I just haven't seen any tangible movement on this, despite me, Alexa, Councilmember Aviles, and others screaming about it time and again. And so I'm pleased that you're focusing on it in this plan. I wish that there was any focus on it over these 4 years and that we had made any progress that we could point to, because it would mean less trucks on our streets and it's a better way for us to be moving freight longer term.
I'd be happy to do a separate briefing for you, council member. We have briefed for hours with voluminous information the task force And just to be clear, in the last 3 years, we have made more progress than the last 30 combined. Where is that? $10 million going into the Skyport, the downtown Manhattan heliport, being renamed the Skyport, focusing on EV tolls, all electric helicopters, but also with a landing that's going to be paid for jointly by public and private dollars. That is moving forward right now. We just announced last Monday, that we are removing the prison barge up at Hunts Point. The administration committed $30 million for bulkhead improvements, for community access to the water there, and to begin the planning for what will be a terminal to receive containers at Hunts Point. We are moving forward studying all 25 of our ferry landings for Blue Highway, and you'll be hearing more on that in the coming months. So there is substantial action happening on Blue Highways.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple additional questions, and I just for the record and for folks in the room and those watching, this is an economic development committee. Department of Transportation is not bound to appear here unless I request them, and usually we, which many of you are familiar with, we end up doing a joint hearing with Transportation and Infrastructure because that is the agency that is overseen by that committee. So I just want to state that for the record and for the public. They are not here, though they work on plenty plans with EDC and a lot of folks that cover this committee, because they are not invited when I have an oversight hearing. Just some questions back on the housing revenue and funding side. Are there specific financial guarantees or backstops in place to protect the city from cost overruns or even revenue shortfalls? Would taxpayers be responsible for covering shortfalls in either the maritime or housing components of the plan?
Again, this goes to financial planning and having conservative estimates of upside on 99-year leases for different housing paths.
Sure.
We think our projections are responsible. Is there some sort of financial backstop that says the city comes in and pays for the housing if it doesn't get built? No. The market will respond, and we believe it will respond very positively to this opportunity.
And NYC Ferry operates at significant losses. As we know, I'm consistently talking about ferry landings. And we have 2 landings already at BMT. Why aren't ferry operations included in the cross-subsidization model if housing must be subsidized at the port operations?
We talk about this from the beginning, and I'm not going to compare it to other projects that may be having challenges down the road, but this is why we've harped on a financially viable plan where your inputs, your revenues match your expenses, and they are reasonably forecasted. In addition to our own internal team that does this, we had outside consultants cross-checking these numbers. We've reviewed them in depth with the Office of Management and Budget. There is not excess proceeds to go towards funding NYC Ferry citywide. That said, we have committed to increasing the headways, meaning the number of stops per hour that would be coming deep into Red Hook at the stop near Pier 11 to Pier 12. It's at about 50 every 50 minutes now. We're going to improve that immediately to 40 minutes, and we think we can get it down to 30 in the future.
I heard that in your earlier testimony, and my interest peaked for Soundview as well, but I hear you here. Of the affordable units, and I am sorry if you've repeated this or stated this already, but I don't think we have. Do we have how many will be at 30% AMI, 50% AMI, and 60% AMI respectively in its current state of the plan? And if so, can you break that down by income level?
I do have that. Point me to the right spot. Okay. Jen Sun is going to tackle this one.
Yeah,
A lot of
so
numbers I can keep in my head.
we're not at the level yet of specifying or prescribing how many units at each of the income bands.
Okay.
But our commitment is to deliver 35% affordable housing, permanently affordable housing
Yes, we got
across the
that.
site with an average AMI of 60%. And then moreover, in response to the task force, We have also committed that 10% of those permanently affordable units are at 40% AMI. So
Okay,
that's
so
the
what's
specific.
What's the income
commitment.
levels for the 40% AMI and the 60%?
Yeah, so 40% AMI, I'm going to look at my AMI table.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me either, sorry.
So let's say for a family size of 40% AMI, they would be earning an annual income of about 45,000.
Okay, and a family of 3?
Family of 3 is 58,000.
Okay, and then 60% AMI, a family of 1 and family of 3?
At 60% AMI for a family of 1, it's 68,000. For a family of 3, it's 87,000.
Okay, thank you so much.
I will just add
Sure.
that we've also committed that there'll be no units above 100% of AMI.
Yeah, I saw that in the testimony as well. Thank you for that reclarification. Has the proposal with more affordable units, oh, I asked that earlier. What anti-displacement measures are planned for existing Red Hook residents as property values increase due to the waterfront development? Will rent stabilization or other tenant protections measures be implemented in Red Hook and at the Columbia waterfront?
The most important thing that we're doing on that front is creating this $50 million fund in partnership with HPD to support projects that they have in CB6 that are affordable housing projects, so either preservation of affordable units or construction of new units. In addition to that, there's the $200 million going into NYCHA.
Okay, and the 35% affordable housing represents what percentage of Red Hook's current housing stock? And what impact will this have on the neighborhood character and existing residents?
It's a great question. I think we can get back to you on that.
Okay.
I will say that a very significant percentage, and we will confirm this number, but it's in the 70% range, is Red Hook East and West. It may be even more. And so I guess your question is 35%, how does that compare to the majority of affordable housing within it, or within Red Hook, or the blend between Red Hook houses and the rest of Red Hook?
I would say comparatively, what is within it at current rate of housing stock? So what do we know is available? I mean, generally, we know citywide our housing vacancy rate is low, which is a bad thing. That means we don't have available housing. So if we're looking at 35% affordable housing right now, what is that current percentage of Red Hook's current housing comparatively in terms of affordability?
Yeah, we'll have to get back to you,
Okay.
but I would say maybe just a really rough comparison is 35% of the 7,700 units at BMT would be 2,695 units. That's comparable to the approximately 3,000 units on the Red Hook Houses campus, just to give you a sense of scale.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'd like to ask some questions surrounding the UPS site. Why is the city proposing to acquire the UPS site for what is essentially a private waterfront housing development with minimal affordable housing?
So the UPS site is a 13-acre roughly site at the southern end, connected to, touching the BMT boundary. So in our plan today, that site would critically importantly include a continuation of our resiliency plan. So raising that site out of the floodplain. Typically our storm surge barrier going all the way from Atlantic down to Valentino is 21 feet above sea level. That is at a resiliency level of the 100-year storm at 2100. So very, very resilient. On addition on that site would be 7 acres of green space. Part of the 35 acres of total green space and park would be delivering in this plan. There would be about 1,700 units of housing on that site, 35% of which would be permanently affordable. So just like the rest of the site, 35% permanently affordable. Just the history of that site, UPS acquired buildings there, I don't know, 8-10 years ago. They took those buildings down. They did significant environmental remediation. Their plan had to be to put up a last mile distribution facility. I'm not sure which one it is. It would be the 7th or 8th last mile distribution facility in Sunset Park and Red Hook. They ultimately decided that for their own reasons, that was not in their plan, at least for today. We approached them because of the adjacent nature of the site, the storm surge resiliency benefits, the housing benefits, the green space benefits. They are interested in going through GPP with us. And so when we come out the other side of GPP, those sites, like the other sites going north to south, will get put out on the market. Our general deal with them is that they will get reimbursed after subsurface infrastructure has been paid for, so connecting that site, storm, sewer, electric, and the park, for what they originally paid for the site if there are proceeds. That will be at their option at that point in the process.
Okay. And the site is within both the IBZ and the city's designated significant maritime industrial area. How did you folks determine the site to be appropriate for housing rather than industrial uses?
Yeah, again, critically important from the resiliency front, the housing front. We have a 50,000 square foot, 2-story subsidized light industrial building planned for the site. You know, the question is, if that site is removed, what happens? I don't think anybody can tell you for sure. My guess is that it probably remains a pile of dirt for many years. It's possible they come back and decide to do a last mile distribution facility. I personally don't think that would be a great outcome in terms of trucks in the community, but that's possible.
And why not maritime industrial use or expansion of the port?
Because it will not be financially viable for them to pay themselves back for what they paid on the site. So they're a publicly traded company. They're just going to wait it out.
So this is not a financially viable option for UPS.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to pause here. Yes, and see if I have second round questions. Councilmember Aviles?
Let's go here. Okay, so many questions. We could be here for a very long time. Back to the original deal. Did the EDC require or ask for any compensation from the Port Authority of New York or New Jersey during these negotiations?
There was lots of discussion about investment made in the past or not made in the past. Ultimately, to get to the deal and have this unique opportunity, we struck the deal that's articulated in that MOU.
So, for clarity in the record, you did not ask for any compensation for an asset that was failing and in a very poor state of repair that may need up to $1 billion in investment.
There was many months long negotiation
Okay.
where all
So
of
no,
those things were
that's fine.
discussed. I am saying yes, all of those things were discussed. Ultimately, we made the
And you
deal
decided-
that we made in order to have this extraordinary opportunity.
For the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey.
Enforce this in the chambers.
Okay. Let's see. As a public benefit corporation working for the public interest of New York City taxpayers, what was the role of the EDC board in scrutinizing this pretty awful financial deal?
I disagree that it's an awful financial deal. People are going to look back on this as a great deal for the city of New York at a point in time when we had a housing crisis and needed a port to deliver on our Blue Highway goals.
I'm sure the Atlantic
Our
Yards developer
board
said the same
approves
thing.
all financial expenditures that we make, including the expenditures around the planning work and study on this site.
Could you provide all the authorizing resolution and accompanying financials of what the board scrutinized in order to agree to this deal?
Sure, I think it's all public information.
Great. What are the enforcement mechanisms to ensure that this MOU is binding?
The MOU requires both projects to go through ULURP together to get to full ownership for both parties. If for some reason that doesn't happen, we have a 50-year lease for BMT as it stands, and the Port Authority has a comparable term for Howland Hook.
And how many years are you into the 50-year lease?
Yeah, we just started.
It restarted.
Yeah.
It restarted when you did the agreement on the MOU. Okay, so 49-year lease. And did that lease go through SBS? And did it not require council approval?
I'm not aware of it needing council approval.
Okay, so if the parties decide that this is not in the best interest, you can't reach a yes vote, EDC retains operational control but not ownership of the BMT site, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then Port Authority retains Howland Hook in the same manner?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of, I realize that similar during this time, New York City committed $2 billion to the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey in pilot payments for the Midtown terminal, bus terminal. Did this factor at all into your discussions and negotiations?
We have discussions with the Port Authority on numerous projects, and this was one of them. We also have conversations with them about the airports all the time, where we're,
Sure.
at least for JFK and LaGuardia, we have the land lease, they operate them. So there are numerous conversations happening at the same time, similar to the teleport in Staten Island.
Great. So the $2 billion commitment to the Midtown Bus Terminal on behalf of the city really had nothing to do with this agreement in Red Hook?
No, we are constantly
Okay.
in contact with the Port Authority about numerous deals.
Is the city in the practice of simply bailing out the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey on all these major projects?
No, we're not.
Okay.
And that is not what we did here. And I would argue that the bus terminal project, if you want to talk about that, is a separate project that will be incredibly beneficial to New Yorkers and well worth the city making a deal around the pilot payments on that so that we can take what is a wreck and turn it into something that New Yorkers are proud about and safe.
Sure. So how do we explain to Red Hook and Columbia waterfront residents that citywide officials continue to ensure that we provide all the subsidies possible to the Port of New York and New Jersey, and requiring those same residents to sell off their public lands for luxury development to invest in what should be a public good, a modern port of regional importance, as stated by EDC and all the entities involved?
There are enormous public goods that result from this project for local residents, from 35 acres of green space to a port that has drastically reduced carbon emissions and truck traffic, to new opportunities for housing. This is an area, as I said before, that's had about 100 units of affordable housing built in the last 10 years. CB6 has called for increasing housing of all kinds. This plan does that.
Clearly, it centers housing on public land in an industrial waterfront community. So let's go to the transportation, because I think this is a true problem that we have not contended with well enough. It is true that if for the southern portion, Red Hook, right, the nearest train is 1.2 miles away. It is bus-dependent transit desert. This kind of pedestrian forward plan is fascinating for the almost 4,000 units that will be built in the most southern part of Red Hook, with the promise of an electric shuttle bus. Understanding the concentration of last mile facilities along with a giant cruise ship that brings thousands of vehicles to the car, and the daily gridlock that the neighborhood faces with 2 entrances and exits, and thousands of more new residents and businesses, do you think your plan is sufficient to address the realities that luxury residents will also come with cars, the businesses will also come with trucks?
I think that this plan will result in a very pedestrian-forward neighborhood that is going to de-emphasize the use of cars. There will be parking maximums at the lowest possible level. So this is going to be a neighborhood in which people are choosing to live, many of whom don't have cars. We believe that the kinds of investments that we're prepared to make now and that the MTA will make in the future will provide enormous benefit to the community. In addition to the local bus routes, we'll be working with the MTA on studying adding a route to take people by bus back to Lower Manhattan.
The MTA is currently exploring cutting bus service in Red Hook, which is appalling given how awful the actual bus service for current Red Hook residents are. So what's that phrase? We'll sell you a bridge to nowhere later on today. Let's talk specifically about some more. Today, Columbia, Hicks, and Clinton streets are traffic nightmares, as both cars and trucks are looking to avoid BQE traffic to use them as extra lanes, only to rejoin the highway at Atlantic Avenue, creating what Councilmember Ressler was noting, a very hazardous situation. What solution has DOT provided for this situation?
So DOT recently provided local elected officials with a list of 10 or 15 immediate term actions they are taking. It is not going to fix all of the problems, but we do believe will provide some shorter term relief and better safety measures, particularly as it relates to the intersection of Columbia and Atlantic, which, agreed, is a very challenging intersection. But we believe this plan long-term will result in the kind of transportation improvements that this community needs and will bring the MTA to the table to invest, because it will have the population there to do so. But Jennifer, anything you would add to that?
Yeah, so just to be more specific, DOT is in the process of implementing a street improvement project at the intersection of Atlantic Avenue, Furman, near Brooklyn Bridge Park. So that capital project is underway, in addition to the new commitments that they've made following a walkthrough with community stakeholders and local electeds that DOT had organized and EDC had joined as well to reinforce the importance of those short-term measures. DOT is also committed that after they finish the traffic modeling for the BQE Central, they will look further at potentially additional measures for addressing the need for improving pedestrian safety. And then for the BMT plan, from the very beginning of our transportation planning process, we have been deliberate in making sure that when we think about the new greenway alignment, our proposal of connecting that to the existing greenway at Brooklyn Bridge Park will actually help reduce pedestrian and bike conflicts at Atlantic Avenue. And the progressive parking policy that we've been talking about is also designed to reduce the car dependency of new residents, including luxury condo owners. There have been examples in other cities like San Francisco that have passed parking maximums since 2019, so these have been in practice where they have been effective in really creating a transit and pedestrian-oriented mixed-use district. And so we do believe that by planning this from the start, through marketing and partnerships with developers and future RFPs, by planning for it to be pedestrian and transit-oriented, we will be successful in reducing the effects of cars on the existing neighborhood.
Okay. So how do you all explain expecting the community to support a plan that doesn't have a completed full transportation study?
We actually have, as you've seen in the task force meetings, presented our transportation plan, and in fact have incorporated task force feedback so that
It's
there
pretty
are
anemic.
at least two options.
We don't
That's-
have we have never been presented with a DOT transportation study and the implications of the proposal on that. That has never been presented to the task force. How can we justify a lack of, actually, what's your understanding of the new truck routes and how that is gonna impact also this plan?
We have been coordinating with DOT's Freight Division on their Red Hook truck and traffic study. We understand that that study's completion has been pushed out because in response to community feedback, they've been collecting more data.
Right, so they need more time, but we're moving forward with this plan without full information.
Right, and so
How
we are
we-
moving forward with our
Right.
BMT plan, not counting on them making
with,
additional
without
improvements.
full information. So
But-
how can you, for the DEP, we're also waiting for a study for DEP. This is of grave concern to many residents around infrastructure needs. That study will not be out till well after this vote. How do you expect this plan to be sound and people to feel confident on it when we also don't have the DEP information on infrastructure needs?
We are making a commitment within our control of the BMT campus in managing stormwater on site.
Okay.
And conforming with the uniform stormwater rules so that there is stormwater
Trust
management.
us, because you don't
It's
have
not-
the
it's not trust us.
information.
No, we are
Okay,
following
so
the
now we're
DEP
gonna move on to
regulations to be able to
industrial action plan. How are we moving forward with a proposal that does not take into account the industrial action plan that the city is currently engaged in when this is an industrial manufacturing zone?
The BMT plan is achieving the goals of the industrial action plan, which is that we are
We haven't
making
finished it,
significant investment.
actually.
I would argue, council member, that simply
Let's
protecting
see.
an area as an industrial business zone alone does
Last-
not help modernize and support
Lastly,
active, viable
how
industrial
do-
businesses.
It's clear that there's a lot of elements that are in process, and in order to make sound decisions, we need the real information. But we are putting the cart before the horse here. We have a lack of serious information, really important information, for a true planning effort here that could inform this plan. But you are asking our community to trust us with not a great track record at that. Lastly, how do you justify this plan as it relates to meeting the mandates of the CLCPA for an environmental justice community?
This plan has enormous environmental justice components. One, you're taking an area that has very little storm surge resilience, that was hit very hard by Storm Sandy, and creating a comprehensive resiliency plan and network
That
and
covers
wall.
30% of the community.
Correct, because you
Okay.
need to start somewhere. So
That's fair.
is it better to just leave it as it is? I don't think so.
It's fair, but
That
don't call it
creates-
comprehensive,
That
call
creates
it
local
30%
jobs.
issue.
For people who need the jobs badly, that creates a all-electric, low-carbon port that takes trucks off of the local street. All of those are incredibly important.
So can you provide a clear breakdown of how this plan meets environmental justice measures for the community in terms of health and wellness, in terms of impacts?
So, council member, the way that we understand environmental justice is that it's trying to achieve two goals. One is it's reducing environmental harms, and two is increasing access to resources. And as we've outlined in the BMT plan, we're doing both by reducing truck trips, improving air quality through an all-electric port, increasing access to permanently affordable housing, protecting the neighborhood from coastal flooding and future storm events, increasing access to waterfront open space, also quality jobs. So on many fronts, we are advancing environmental justice goals. And we'd be happy to outline that in more detail.
Great, great. And then just a last question on this front. Do you think in several meetings, several of you have mentioned placing noxious facilities if this plan doesn't move forward on the property, or maintaining them on the property. If the task force does not vote this out, do you think that threat is a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act?
Absolutely not a threat.
Threatening
It's
community
absolutely not a
members that
threat.
you would keep noxious facilities?
That is a mischaracterization.
Oh, okay, so you don't think it's a violation
It
of
is an
public trust
economic
to
reality,
threaten?
and you know well what's
residents.
been on the site for a long time and what is allowed in an IBZ. And so,
And
in
so
order
as a
to,
public servant, if you know there is a noxious facility abutting a residential place, is it not in our interest as a city to make sure we find a new location rather than threaten the residents that are faced with that noxious facility? And tell them if they don't vote for this plan of luxury housing, that they would in fact be stuck with not only that facility, but more.
Councilmember, this is the very challenge of balancing an industrial policy and having an IBZ next to a residential community. And that is part of why we believe this plan gets it right. It creates the all-electric port. It invests in an IBZ in ways that I have never seen in 30 years.
And you're bringing
and
an
creates
additional
jobs
density of 4,000 luxury units
to
on top
to
of
meet
that
a
facility.
need with
It's absurd. I mean,
with
it's like such a
thousands
contradiction.
of permanently affordable jobs.
So,
Housing units.
I'll pass it over to you and we'll go back.
Thank you. We have additional questions from Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you. I just want more clarity around why the project isn't going through ULURP. Why not utilize a narrowly tailored GPP to secure the maritime investments while subjecting any housing proposals to the full ULURP process?
Thank you for the question. Again, in order to achieve something that hadn't been achieved for 40 years and getting full site control, there was a months-long negotiation with the Port Authority and the state to figure out how to unwind this mess. And the outcome of that negotiation, memorialized in the agreement a year ago May, was to have both sites go through a GPP together to entitle the uses that were planned, and we were very clear about those uses that the mayor and the governor wanted to see on this site, including massive investments in a new port and a mixed-use community at a time we have a housing crisis. And that was the deal that we made with the Port Authority. Obviously, the GPP is used to govern regionally important projects that have regional impact. This is one that has real regional impact because of the port uses in both places.
But regarding the housing, you raised Gowanus rezoning. That took over 10 years. And if there wasn't sufficient community input, we wouldn't have arrived to the project we are building right now. Mm-hmm. So it just feels a little short-sighted that we're building a neighborhood out of the ground in what feels like minutes.
I think it's been a very, very comprehensive planning effort with enormous community impact over the last year. But go ahead, Jen.
Well, I was going to add, as somebody who had worked for a nonprofit housing development organization before coming back to EDC, I would argue I would not want to wait 10 years for us to deliver more permanently affordable housing. And so, we have found a way through this project financing to be able to, make a strong commitment of a minimum of 35% permanently affordable, but also a goal of going higher to 40%, which would be over 3,000 units of permanently affordable housing, plus the off-site, preservation and creation that we've talked about, without competing for really scarce resources of HPD capital subsidy. That's important for that to be invested in neighborhoods elsewhere that may not have the ability to use this kind of financing model. So it supports both permanently affordable housing in this neighborhood where it's needed and elsewhere.
But can you tell me about HPD's involvement here? Because HPD has like a backlog of projects that need to be built.
Exactly. So we're proposing a method of delivering this permanently affordable housing through cross-subsidy that does not then compete with those resources and put that housing in line such that we might have to wait 5, 10, or more years in order for that housing to come on site. We're continuing to work very closely with HPD to leverage their programs and to partner with them in the future to use that off-site fund in the most impactful way possible to fill gaps and being able to support their ability to preserve and create affordable housing in CB6 off-site as well.
I understand that the city and the state and all of the stakeholders came together, and the GPP was the best path forward. It excludes the local elected officials. I'm happy that we created a task force, and we have very strong community members and leaders who have helped inform this proposal. But outside of that, there is no local elected involvement. And I think when it comes to housing, with the council member having responsibility around land use proposals, there should have been a sort of separate housing engagement process because of where we are in the community. We're experiencing 63 Tiffany Place. If they're not bought by a nonprofit, these guys are going to have to pay market rate or leave. So I just want to bring it up again because the ULURP, it's not perfect. I'm calling for reforms, but it at least engages the community in a way that has us listening to them versus us having to listen to the agency representatives.
Yeah, just thank you for that comment. I would just say respectfully on examples like 63 Tiffany, having a $50 million fund that can be deployed in the community to preserve permanently affordable housing or build new affordable housing is a big win out of this project. And it is, in my experience, truly extraordinary that we've had all of the sessions we have had together, as many hours as we've all had to commit to this, where you have elected officials, city, state, and federal, mayor, governor, at the table with members of the ILA, with leadership of NYCHA, with leadership of Community Board 6, with leadership of other important community organizations debating this very vision, and with a plan that we've made a lot of adjustments on as we've gone through as a result of those discussions and inputs.
I'd like to know the projected timeline for the public spaces, public access to parks, waterfronts, promenades, and open spaces. I think that those should not be tacked on at the end.
We agree. So one of our commitments from a phasing perspective is that in the initial phase, we would be prioritizing the creation of an almost 2-acre neighborhood park in response to a lot of task force feedback about both creating a larger park at the corner of DeGraw Street and Columbia Street and then also delivering that along with the housing as a part of the BMT North Phase 1.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna have to come back to the concrete recycling facility question. It was not satisfactory. Closing the concrete recycling facility should not be tied to or tethered to the Brooklyn Marine Terminal proposal. And it feels like what's happening is that we're being told, well, this can get removed in days if we come to an agreement with the proposal. Meanwhile, myself, Senator Granardis, even our Congress member Goldman, Joanne Simon, we have been by the concrete recycling facility, I would say over a dozen times in the span of very few weeks. I don't want to go back. I would love to go back to see my constituents, but I don't want to go back to see, to have to rally to close this down. And it's unfair that suddenly we're figuring out how to close the concrete recycling facility when there have been harm over the course of a year. So it's a public health concern, and every elected official that overlaps has called for its closure. Will the site shut down?
Councilmember, I appreciate your advocacy and that of your colleagues, and I will have that discussion with the people I report to in City Hall.
And then finally, what upfront DOT and MTA commitments exist to address the current transportation landscape?
So DOT, in terms of their specific commitments, they've committed to studying the closure of the northbound on-ramp at Atlantic Avenue as a part of the BQE Central project. They've also gone through a very extensive public engagement process previously, where they've put forward alternatives for standardizing the Staten Island-bound ramps, but also looking at new configurations that achieve a few goals, including unifying Van Voorhees, making that park safer to access, as well as improving the Atlantic Avenue intersection for pedestrian and bicyclist safety. So that's a part of their BQE Central project that they're still committed to advancing later this fall. And with the MTA, at the request of the task force, we have a written commitment from the MTA to continue their planning collaboration with us and DOT as a part of a cross-agency group, so that should there be an affirmative task force vote and this moves forward in the GPP process, we continue our transit planning in earnest. And as that plan becomes more real, post-GPP approval, the MTA will take more steps forward in making commitments towards improving bus service and extending bus routes to improve transit access.
Yeah, I would urge that we start with the transportation networking, because the people need it right away. And if there are changes, if there are immediate or like short-term changes that can be made, I would urge that you take to the MTA that this is serious. Not having to walk 10 minutes or more to get to the train, B61 bus, forget about it. This isn't great. I don't want my constituents to have to wait for this entire project to be done for them to have a better networked transportation system.
We recognize the importance of improving that transit access, which is why we've made that $25 million total commitment towards an electric shuttle. And it's a bridge of, rather than doing nothing, is simultaneously, while we're continuing to partner with the MTA, we put that electric shuttle service in place so that we can, at an earlier time, deliver some transit access improvements to existing residents, including Red Hook Houses residents.
How soon would that be? Like, is that after the GPP?
As proposed, it is when we have proceeds from the first phase of BMT. So let's say, starting in 2029 or 2030.
Okay, thank you. For our final round of questions for Councilmember Aviles, and then we will move to public testimony.
Y'all are lucky. Chair Farias is like, wrap it up. No, we have a lot of public testimony, which is really important, and speaks to why this is so critical for our community. Just for the record, for clarity, there is no signed agreement with UPS currently on that property.
There's a agreement that we've been negotiating back and forth,
There,
but
but
it's
there
not been
is no
finalized.
signed
Correct.
agreement, so it is not part of this plan. It's just in kind of rhetorical conversation, but
No,
there
it-
is currently no signed agreement where you could say, you vote for this plan, we'll get rid of this, we won't include this in the property as a bargaining chip. If
It
it's
is-
not part of the plan, it cannot be a bargaining chip, is what I want to understand.
It is part of this plan.
But you have no agreement.
There is an agreement to take it into GPP. The agreement with UPS is around proceeds more than
Okay.
anything else.
I don't have a lot of
And-
time,
And
so
ultimately,
we're
the
gonna
task
move
force
on.
makes the decision on the plan.
Yeah, okay, so there's no agreement on the plan. It is merely
It's the
a
plan
nod.
that-
It's in discussion.
It's the plan that we
So, in
presented to the
terms
task
of,
force.
how do you justify this process that ignores the city's coastal zone management and waterfront revitalization programs?
This plan actually achieves goals related to that plan of improving public waterfront access where appropriate, while also not interfering with a modern port being able to function more competitively in the future.
Great, so since we can go through that more specifically, I'd love for EDC to really outline in very specific terms how this plan actually meets the goals of the waterfront revitalization plan. Similarly, can you just explain how disregarding, a DCP found that Red Hook was a viable port, and the area was determined to be a significant maritime industrial area. Similarly, that was the State Department's determination of a significant maritime industrial area. How does this plan comport with SMIA's?
Through a combination of the public funding that we've secured from the city and from the federal government through grant funding, and then by putting a long-term RFP and lease out to secure a future port operator that can then bring private investment to the port, we're meeting the goals of the SIMA
So-
by modernizing a port so
SMIA
that it is more
Included
viable.
luxury residential in it?
Again, just purely looking at the SIMIA and the intention of supporting
I think it's
viable
just a yes or
industry,
no.
we are achieving those goals. Yes.
Okay, so yes or no, SMIA, on the record, you believe SMIA includes luxury residential?
I'm not saying that. I'm
That's
saying
my
that it meets
question.
the goals of the SIMA,
No, my
though.
question is, does SMIA designation
not.
include luxury residential development? Thank you. No, it does not. In terms of, let's see. Why did EDC think that 4 months was an appropriate planning timeframe for a 122-acre property? And then I'd like to know why you thought that was appropriate, and then why you thought 8 months, 9 months was an appropriate timeframe for planning for a complex property of this nature.
The eagerness to move forward with this project, council member, is overwhelmingly driven by the fact that every month that we wait, there continues to be degradation to this waterfront asset. And, just a year and a half ago, Piers 9A and B got condemned
Right,
by
but
the
you're
Port
currently
Authority.
repairing the port right now for the investment that the city made.
We don't
and
have enough money to repair the port.
You are making repairs
We're
currently.
making some very small investments to make sure, like $2
Right.
million on Pier 10, that we don't have to close down the container port, which would
Right,
be
and-
a
and
disaster for
based on-
175 union
Right.
members.
And based on earlier testimony, you noted that the remaining piers have an 8 to 10 year
They do,
operational window.
and we're respecting
to
the
them.
leases
So-
that are on those sites, so Manhattan
So
Beer
the
is there.
eagerness of 8 months versus 4 months for a complex process
And-
and a complex property and piers that in your technical assessment could last up to 10 years. There's a huge delta there that is a significant challenge that is not being explained by your justification.
So that was one factor. The second factor was the fact that we got this historically large grant with a vision, and the longer you wait to follow up on that grant and get a city match to it, which is required in the city budget, right, which we had
Which-
to get in this budget.
Which we have.
Which we now have gotten, meant that we wanted to move quickly. We spent many of the first months talking about the port, and that was very positive. It was clear to us at the end of that, and at the urging of you and task force leadership, you said you needed more time for the rest of the plan, and that's why we agreed
especially
to that.
since the technical assessments were being done while those conversations were happening, and task force members didn't actually have much of the information. So in terms of the grant, which we are delighted, we don't know if we'll get it in this administration, and several members have asked for the milestones that EDC needs to achieve for that grant. I believe we just received a summary, but not the actual application milestones and timeframes around that. Can you just provide that to council?
We can provide that again, Councilmember. We had provided it to the task force, and it was the
Yeah.
same schedule and milestones that we had submitted to the US DOT and MARAD as a part of our grant obligation process.
Yeah.
It isn't a summary, it's literally the same milestones.
Well, we'll look at it again. In terms of, can you provide to the council an accounting of the consultant contracts that you developed throughout this task force process, along with the different roles of the consultants, the costs that each of them had, and whether or not any of them were required to sign an NDA?
We can provide an accounting of how
Great.
we spent the planning funds for the project.
Great, and we'd like to see that itemized in each answer. Did you require any of your consultants on this project to sign NDAs?
I think we might have required them to sign an NDA initially in the procurement, but I'll have to confirm.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think, just for the record, before we turn it over to public comment, I think it's important to know several things. Again, I think there's real consensus on this task force around the importance of the port and a modern port, and a working maritime. I think that is not what is in disagreement. What is in disagreement is all the other things that are being introduced here on the backs of the residents that this will directly impact, with very little city investment and state investment. Additionally, this trading that the EDC and this approach to offering trinkets to various stakeholders in exchange to their vote is appalling. Among them, the NYCHA investment, 100%, New York City should provide not only the $200 million, because the physical needs assessment for just Red Hook West is $1 billion. The city 100% should be putting that forward immediately, because NYCHA residents are enduring living in apartments that are not well maintained and the conditions are appalling. That investment should not be predicated on this vote. It creates divisiveness in the community, and it is a very poor tactic that I wish you would stop. I think there are a good number of also benefits here, again, that I would like to know how much luxury residential would you have to develop just for the port alone? How many units would that be? Of the 7,000 that is in your proposal, how many would just subsidize the modernization of the port? Not all the other Lulus of the 250,000 this and the pretty parks, just the port itself.
So, to go back to the overall numbers, when we were able to introduce the $1.3 billion of pilot or equivalent thereof, if you just think about the port, the base investment being $1.75 billion, the cross subsidy then from the housing is in the $400 million range. So if you want to look at the math that way, the funds for the housing, remember, also has to go to build the base infrastructure, to lift the site out of the floodplain, create 35 acres of green space, the bike lane, and all of those other public benefits.
Andrew, I'd
in the
like you,
project.
I'm really asking a very specific question.
I think I gave
How
you-
much housing would you need to fully fund the modernization of the port? Not all the extra
it's the number we have.
additional things.
It's
So we have your estimation is 1.75 billion for the port, which I'm sure there are many opinions on that cost estimate. The city has invested how much, did you say? I should know this, given how many times we've talked about it.
the
The
city's
public investment, the 163,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
10.
the city committed $80 million when we announced this project, added $109 million to
Right,
that.
what's the total again? You said in
It's
your
360 when you add in the federal commitments and the
All right,
$15
so we got $1
million
billion.
from the state.
How much housing do we need to build to raise $1 billion?
You need the housing plan that we have,
So 7,000, your contention is 7,000 units
7,700,
equals $1 billion.
with
But there-
35% permanently affordable,
there-
and the balance of the market rate, council member, is what plugs the hole. The 400 million I just described, the hole on the port, plus the base infrastructure for the
plus
rest
a
of the plan.
significant, plus a lot more. Many acreage of park space, building the infrastructure on a UPS site that has no infrastructure at all.
Yeah.
There are a lot of additional costs that are not related to the port that is embedded in
Right.
this analysis, which is problematic. What I am asking and what many task force members have asked is a clear financial model of what it is, what is the baseline that we require to develop the port that we can all agree on, and then take time to develop the rest of the vision in a way that takes into account climate, transportation studies, industrial business action plan, SMIA, and all the other policy frameworks that the city purports to follow to do a plan that meets, or at best tries to meet, as much of that as possible. So I don't think you have an answer to this question.
We do, and we've presented it to the task force several
You-
times,
you
and we're
have
happy
not,
to,
sir.
again, we have.
You have not, sir.
And we have in detail.
You have not answered that question, and I find it appalling that you would sit there and actually say that. I think with that, I will turn it over.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Councilmember Aviles and Honey, for staying with me during this process, and for the EDC for your Q&A and testimony today. I just want to highlight for folks, I appreciate the engagement here, and I'm as the chair of this committee working to strike a balance between oversight of the agency itself, but also the community voices who are waiting for almost 3 hours now. It seems like the dialogue needs to continue as we approach the vote next week, and I'll follow up from the committee with additional questions and clarifying questions to you folks on the panel, and the panel's now adjourned. We are going to open up the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times, including in this transition. This room may remain silent. As such, members of the public, again, shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing and you have not already done so, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized by myself. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's topic, the Brooklyn Marine Terminal Redevelopment Plan. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms here in this room. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings are not accepted. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. Reminder, again, you have 2 minutes to speak only. I have over 100 people in line to testify today, and we want to respect everyone's time for showing up and waiting patiently. Now I'm going to call, sergeants, can you please lower your voices or take the conversation into the hallway? I'm now going to call our first panel, a representative from Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso's office, if they are still with us. Great, seeing that they are not, I will now call virtual panelists, Carlos Menchaca, former New York City Council member.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to say thank you to Chair Farias and members of the committee, including Aviles and Hanif. My name is Carlos Menchaca. I'm a former New York City Council member for District 38, and I represented Sunset Park and Red Hook, two neighborhoods that long fought for environmental justice, good jobs, and real public process. In 2015, I helped lead the redevelopment of the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, SBMT. That effort centered a public input, underwent council oversight through a special land use action, approving a master lease for the 72 acres that was 39 years long, which also allows the council to review it after 39 years. This project delivered offshore wind jobs and infrastructure to Brooklyn's industrial waterfront. What we accomplished at SBMT proves that accountability through public process and success are not mutually exclusive. Our waterfronts deserve and require city council oversight, the kind that only ULURP can provide. The BMT redevelopment plan before us today is blatantly circumventing that model. Councilmember Aviles rightly addressed so many issues, big props to her, and most importantly, the threats that keep coming from EDC if the plan doesn't go through, but for the vote that is upcoming. This is not good faith. In fact, it's a departure from every principle of good governance. It's hard not to feel a little deja vu, honestly. Mr. Andrew Kimball, the new leader at EDC, has long history with mega projects. He started under Dan Dockeroff, who worked for Bloomberg during the failed bid for bringing the Olympics to the city. Mr. Kimball ran the Brooklyn Navy Yard during a period of massive billion-dollar.
Time has expired.
By a visionary mayor and a council. Can I finish this? It's a minute more.
Yes, you can, Carlos.
Then came Industry City, where he pitched the largest private mega rezoning scheme in an industrial zone that collapsed under public scrutiny. Now he returns to the city at EDC with much more wisdom, dealing with the city council, undertaking one of the most ambitious and opaque public land transactions that you just heard in recent history, leveraging public assets without public financing transparency or legislative accountability by going through GPP, asking you to trust that this time it's going to be different. This time it will work. Now, don't let the foxes design the chicken coop. Admittedly, today, EDC said the following: there's no precedent for NYC EDC, the city EDC, to take a GPP process led usually by a state agency. There's reason for that. In a no-build plan, piers will fall into the river because city investments won't come. That's not a financial issue. That's a leadership issue that we are missing in this mayoral administration. This will change with new leadership coming next. There's also an issue I see with the master lease. At SBMT, we had 39 years. It's unclear how many times this project will come back before the city council. EDC also made connections to their proposed plan that will look like ULURP, and they gave an example of an environmental review. It's not the same thing. The state process bypasses local thresholds that are actually higher. The bottom line, the deal bypasses ULURP. It cuts you, the city council, out. It places critical maritime land under a general project plan, GPP, where unelected state agencies and actors chosen by the mayor dictate the future of this waterfront. This should be a concern for every single one of us. Our communities deserve better than a task force built by the very people that stand to profit. Public land deserves a public process. This is a pivotal moment. I urge the council to assert its oversight authority, demand that EDC return to a full ULURP process, and endorse a community-led vision rooted in maritime, industrial, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Build the fort of the future, but let's build it together. Thank you, and
Thank
I'm
you
done.
so much. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions for this panelist? Seeing none, I'm going to call panels up to the front. Evelyn Pope, Michael Pope, Tom Berry, and Eliza Davidson. You can begin when you're ready. Make sure you turn the microphone on, okay?
Hello, I am Evelyn Shaylee Pope. I'm 7.5 years old. I go to PS 29. I live on Columbia Street, Waterfront District. I'm here because I want to build a new park at the space across from my home as the part of the Brooklyn Marine Terminal Development Plan. Reason number one, a lot of kids live nearby, so if there was a new park, kids would be happy because there would be a new place to play. Reason number two is we could make a garden and there would be more green. I also wish there was more opportunities for me and my friends at school to share our thoughts and opinions because every voice should be heard. Small or big, every voice can be heard. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider about making a park for kids in this community. Thank you, Evelyn SP.
Okay, any questions for this panelist with a big voice?
I just want to say, Olivia, thank you so much for your testimony. Your voice is very important and will be considered, and we are so proud that you are here. And we want to encourage you and all your fellow students in the school to continue to weigh in around things that are important to you and your community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I didn't grant permission for that, but I'll allow it since she's 7. We appreciate my soft side being able to come out in a hearing. I will call the next round of panelists. Eliza hasn't come back yet. She's still not here. She was sitting there. Susan Povian? Povich. I'm reading your handwriting, folks. Carolina Salguero. Once again, I'm reading from the cards that you're filling out. Victoria Alexander. Lastly, I'd like to call up Damon Gilbert. You can begin when you're ready.
Is it on? Is it on? Okay. Good morning, council members. My name is Susan Povich. I'm chair of the Red Hook Business Alliance, serving Red Hook's manufacturing, retail, service, arts, and non-profit community. Red Hook was built on industry and maritime activity, and it is central to our economy. The BMT is Brooklyn's last working port. It's critical infrastructure that should anchor marine logistics, blue highways, and commercial use. Stripping industrial potential undermines the city's climate and transportation goals. The EDC's testimony today wasn't just misleading, it was fiction. They talk about community engagement, but there was none. No real dialogue, no honest exchange, just presentations, not conversations. And in the task force, which I happened to have a seat on, it was worse. No debate, no discussion. We were talked at, not talked with. Questions went unanswered, concerns ignored. EDC has never presented a serious industrial plan for the BMT. They have not gone after existing grants, they haven't gone after existing open grants, and they haven't given us a plan to submit for the EIS that is a modern industrial use. They are just simply leaving it sit there with piers falling into the water. This isn't responsible planning. It's not asset stewardship. And it's certainly not a maritime first strategy. Related companies has been lobbying the mayor to convert this site to a housing since last fall. From where we stand, this looks like a real estate deal disguised as a public good. The council must step in, defend our IBZ, demand independent governments, insist on funding for impacted businesses. We haven't said that none of the businesses that are in Red Hook will survive the construction. We are built on contaminated landfill. You have to go down 165 feet to the bedrock. The neighborhood is barely withstanding the testing pits for the brand new public school, the maritime public school that we're building at 80 Richard Streets. Buildings are already showing signs of fatigue and cracking. No studies have been done. I urge you to step in and protect our neighborhood.
You can begin.
I wish I had time to respond to what the EDC said, you know. So, my name is Carlina Salguero from the maritime nonprofit Portside, New York. I have 28 years on New York City's, focused on New York City's waterfront and maritime as reporter, advocate, boater, running Portside, New York, responsible for a ship 172 feet long. So, speaking of the former journalists, the EDC is distributing misinformation and disinformation, ignoring and erasing information, and this applies to the maritime concepts and the whole process at really an appalling level. The EDC's BMT plan does conflict with DCP's waterfront revitalization program. I just want to say that. I don't have enough time to rebut everything the EDC said. That was released in 2016, and maritime uses have surged since then. The EDC is erasing maritime tenants at BMT in their presentations, including Portside, multiple other ones, including Vane Brothers fuel barges. That company, they don't have any provision for them staying there. They actually fuel the ships that come into the cruise terminal and container port. And that to me is like shows the incredible disconnect between the promise of their blue highways and the port, yada, 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 and what they actually have in the plan. They're also talking about the Blue Highway, but are only referring to it as kind of pick up and drop off. And so those boats need space for home port service repair areas. I mean, actually, Portside for 20 years has had a plan for like shortly version truck stop for tugboats. That would mesh perfectly there, but they're not putting anything in there. The rendering I asked to be dropped off, to show you. This shows you how unmaritime their proposals are. I mean, this is just, there's no real use here. So there's just like a lot of words. There's a really acute need for maritime space, and the EDC denies that. They actually rebutted me when I said that in the all-hands BMT meeting last week, okay? It's just false. Workboats like tugs and barges are stuck out on moorings due to the lack of pier space and home ports. Due to lack of space, historic ships have left New York City or been scrapped, okay? So as our country prepares to celebrate its 250th birthday next year, there's an event, Sail 250. They are struggling to find pier space in New York to come. So is that my bill for out of time?
Yes, your time has expired.
Can I say one thing?
Is it a line?
It's like one sentence.
Yep.
Another reason not to believe EDC promises right now is the history of Portside, New York. They promised us space to make a maritime center as a community give back and benefit in 2008 and have yet to do it. We're even only there because Carlos Menchaca got us out of the container port.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You can begin when you're ready.
The light's not on. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Victoria Alexander, and I represent Resilient Red Hook, a community organization that emerged in the wake of Superstorm Sandy. We work towards a sustainable and equitable Red Hook. As a member of the BMET Task Force Advisory Group for Waterfront Environmental Justice and Resilience, we have significant concerns about the BMT proposal, which sidelines resilient infrastructure and community-led planning to rush through a project that prioritizes a large-scale residential upzoning. This is not the Port First plan that we were all promised. Resiliency cannot be an afterthought. It must be the foundation of any city project in the face of climate change. Currently, the BMT proposal lacks a comprehensive neighborhood-wide plan for coastal resiliency, instead taking piecemeal approach that creates new vulnerabilities outside the project footprint. A central feature is the 16 to 21 foot elevated platform. The BMT parcel appears to technically unfeasible and is contextually disconnected from the local topography, water table, and storm surge risks. Planners need to incorporate more rigorous data based on up-to-date water table maps and comprehensive velocity zone analysis. Without evidence-based planning and holistic approach, this $800 million investment may balloon to $2 billion, placing public finances and climate safety at risk at a time when federal funding for climate resiliency continues to be dismantled. This plan squanders our chance to build New York City's green economy. New York City's maritime industrial land is a limited and invaluable resource, and EDC's plan promises to privatize 5% of the remaining city-owned portfolio. The development of the offshore wind industry in Sunset Park and citywide initiatives like the Blue Highway plan to prove that these maritime sites are essential not only for climate adaptation, but also for national security, local supply chain, and job creation, and prepping us for something called the carbon pulse. If you don't know it, you should look into it. We deserve a transparent and inclusive planning process. The EDC is using a general project plan to bypass ULURP, reducing the ability to conduct meaningful community engagement.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Aviles for a question.
I guess I'd like to hear as succinctly as possible, given what you know about this proposal and the fact that you all are business owners, residents, nonprofit providers, what will be the impacts of this proposal as you see fit?
I would like to speak on behalf of the businesses of Red Hook. Red Hook was destroyed after Hurricane Sandy. I personally moved to Red Hook 30 years ago. I own the Red Hook Lobster Pound. I've had it for 16 years. In the ensuing 30 years, I've watched the effort of small business grow and thrive, but we don't thrive. We only make money 3 months a year. We have our commercial business and our manufacturing business base that operates 12 months a year. No one would know about Red Hook if it wasn't for the small business community. We're the ones that created the beautiful place that everybody wants to come down to. That and some of our very, very amazing landowners like the O'Connells. The business community will not survive. We might have businesses, but it's not the ones that worked so hard after Sandy. We will not survive 15 years of construction. We will not survive 15 years of sewers being pulled up. Frankly, most of our buildings will suffer vulnerabilities, major vulnerabilities, and they will probably fall down. Councilwoman Hanif, I used to live on Carroll Street, and I was there when the building collapsed and the family was killed. It's because of, and that happened because of the BQE rumblings next door. Our current housing stock, the charm and the beauty of Red Hook will be gone. It will not survive the kind of pile driving that they have to do. I personally have asked for geological surveys. You all have sat in the task force with me. You know what I asked for. I've asked for geological surveys. I asked for a business mitigation fund to mitigate what's going to happen to these businesses. People aren't going to come to Red Hook. We only make money 12 weeks a year. It's over. This is a neighborhood killing proposal. Period. End of conversation.
I would like to add that there will be massive speculation that will happen throughout the area because of this proposal and trigger huge amounts of displacement. Red Hook is actually kind of affordable in some cases. There are still apartments you can find in the low 2000s, which is not in most of the surrounding areas. You cannot find that right now because there's still family-owned property that from generational inheritance, and they get to have a thriving family community there from their investments a long time. And a lot of the families have been there for 20, 30, 40 years. And so I think that we will lose the fabric of our community because none of my neighbors will be there anymore. And I've also lived, Susan and I have a very long relationship. And so to Carlina, I've known a lot of people in this room for over a decade because I've lived there for 22 years. And that's the kind of community that Red Hook is. That will not exist anymore. The people that I know and love will no longer be there if they are not homeowners.
I want to agree with what Alexis said about the importance of repairing NYCHA apartments. That I personally and Portside have no role in sort of inland housing. That situation has distressed me so much for years. I've gone to plenty of meetings. And as a society, we are overdue to fix those apartments and then to fix the administration with all of its gaslighting and corruption and everything else. I just want to state that that's not an endorsement of this project, but I mean, when I hear the mayor announce that there's going to be $402 million to improve Fifth Avenue, high-end shops in Midtown, I mean, I'm appalled. I'm deeply appalled by that kind of thing. And you council members, I know it's just always a struggle during budget season, but I implore you always, to fight to fix the NYCHA houses. In terms of affordability, I can't afford any apartment anywhere in Red Hook. I remember when I got pushed out of one, I was paying about $860 in 2006. 2.5 years later, that was $2,500 as some indication. We have plenty of volunteers and people attending our programs because there's such limited so few stabilized units in Red Hook because the buildings aren't that big. I know plenty of cases. I just asked a woman because of all this. I think hers went up from $2,500 to $4,000 when a new landlord, bought the building and flipped it, and that kind of thing's been going on a lot. So, as a person, having watched gentrification on the city, but also studying it on the waterfront, because of my interest leading up to founding a Portside, the luxury housing the EDC is proposing will immediately gentrify Red Hook, which will lead to high displacement of people renting, and Portside did a story map, so if you want data on who's owning and renting and what actually people are paying and the degree of rent burdened, we have it published. We can send it to anybody. But it was clear there, there were many more renters in Red Hook than I had realized despite all the gentrification. The northern part of the Columbia Waterfront District, over 40% of people are rent burdened. To give you an idea. The other thing I think that'll happen is the industrial businesses in Red Hook that are not in the footprint are at risk, because that's been the history in this city. Is so then it starts pushing, and then when the EDC says, oh yeah, we're going to make this pedestrian focused or pedestrian whatever it is kind of thing, developers or maybe the luxury condo owners themselves will just buy some industrial property off the BMT footprint and put up some parking garages for their cars. Get real. Then the EDC is acting like they have this incredible control and little silo, and we're supposed to believe them. Other thing is, I'll tell you, if this goes through, Portside's dead. Because the EDC has no interest in having us survive because I've been very honest about their faults for quite a while. And I've been saying it over and over again. They promised us a home. Don't believe them because they didn't deliver. So rather than actually, delivering that home, they're stupid enough, really, to continue to deny us a space. And everything we propose to do is what they're claiming they're going to do now with this plan.
Can I ask a very quick question? How many of you serve on one of the advisory groups?
I'm advisory.
Both of you. What was your experience of the advisory group that they touted here and the incredible engagement that happened there?
There was no feedback loop. They had meetings where they talked at us, and there was no way to give information. We took it upon ourselves and wrote several resiliency. I had a meeting with some experts and gave some specifics, and I sent it to everybody on the task force. I don't know if anybody's even read it, but there's no way for me to push information up. It's a one-way street.
Yeah, they don't often don't request, answer reasonable requests for information. In one case, I emailed asking for that federal DOT mega grant that people are so often talking about. I didn't know whether it was part of it or a synthesis or sort of something, and an email from Nate Gray copying some other people, and then I was told not to share it. I'm like, what kind of advisor am I? What kind of process are we in if I can't share that? So I immediately wrote back, I don't understand why the expensive public funds can't be shared. This is not a private business's, RFP response, and I never received an answer. That kind of sort of thing. Also, erasure again. So when I spoke up, I think it's the second advisory group meeting of ours, January 22, and I had some questions about the free home port installation, and then at 2 points I was affirming Portside's proposals and experience on site. They had a special breakout section to answer or rebut the implications of my questions about the ferry home port, but they had erased everything, did not include everything I said about Portside. And I actually flagged them on that. The other thing I'm going to tell you, they call them summary, not minutes. They don't state the speaker's name. So it's really impossible to use them as minutes because it says AG member said, AG member said. It's reasonable when there's a whole flurry of a discussion to say members discussed, but there's no, they give you an attendee list, but you can't attach who said what. And I pointed that out too. I said, if the CEO of the company running the container port says something about container ports, to me, I assess that differently from the potted plant saying, I didn't say potted plant, sorry, I'm freelancing now, but somebody else. And so there's a reason why you state a person's name when you do meeting minutes. And it's just a cascade of stuff like this, of erasing, denying, yeah.
From the task force perspective, I've been asking for the financial and marketing and demographical studies that would support a 400-room hotel. You might not be familiar with the sort of cost of these cruises, but the Mergaviglia, our largest boat, the boat that causes the traffic apocalypse, it's a very, very budget-conscious traveler. I am on the Facebook groups. They're staying in $69 hotel rooms, and they're arguing that $200 parking for the week is too much. These people are not going to stay in this New York City hotel right there. I'm concerned about the hotel failing and becoming a shelter. I'm concerned about this entire project failing. I'm concerned about my neighborhood failing because of the project. And I'm also concerned about my personal business failing because no one's going to want to come to Red Hook while this goes on. And our businesses don't have capital projects like UPS. We can't let a site sit empty. When I fail, you're going to lose 90 jobs. My servers make $3,000 a week. There's not a single person in my restaurant that makes less than $25 an hour. Those jobs are gone.
Councilmember Hanif for questions.
Can I just say one other piece of information?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you. I have Councilmember Hanif who has questions, and I have to move on to the next panel.
Okay, all right.
I just wanted to learn more about the advisory group. Thanks, Councilmember Aviles, for touching on it, but what was decision-making like? Just tell us what was happening in these meetings.
We weren't asked to make any decisions. We were never given any questions. They just presented what they were doing for resiliency, waterfront, and environmental justice, but what they're doing, there isn't any environmental justice as far as I can tell in this plan. It's only resiliency. And there was a lot of comments about the other groups saying, we don't have a way to participate in this. And then a lot of groups that aren't even familiar with Red Hook saying, we're not comfortable speaking for Red Hook because we're not local experts on it. So the other people like Billy Neutzer Project, NIJA, NIPL, the other resiliency members of this advisory committee didn't feel comfortable speaking. And then also we weren't asked questions. We were given the Lego and nobody wanted to participate because they felt it was a false premise. But there wasn't a way they didn't use our expertise at all. They didn't ask us anything. I felt like it was just there for show, and it was a really disappointing process. As somebody that participates, I go to a lot of conferences, and part of roundtables, my husband works in restorative justice and creates space to really hear people. There was no space to be heard.
And was there somebody from BMT who was facilitating this, or?
The EDC was there.
EDC, okay.
Also, yeah, the structure is EDC is there and also WXY, but it's extraordinarily facilitated. Like they ask a question and please don't speak too long. I mean, I remember the first advisory group meeting, and I'm in the one that's industry, maritime, workforce, local small business. Then they added the BMT tenants to it, which, by the way, is not all the BMT tenants. And I remember we had this awkward discussion about workforce, and then somebody, and I forget which person it was, honestly said, so the EDC, by the way, has selected all these people. The community, you can't decide that yourselves as you want to be. So someone who's professionally in workforce but not maritime workforce said, I don't really know how to discuss this because I'm not a maritime person. And that, to me, right away, first meeting, showed the flaws of the EDC model. So, and that's not to take anything away from their expertise or the quality of what they do at their location, but they're not maritime people. And so these and also these siloed groups and everything else, it doesn't flow. And I'm glad Victoria brought up in the all-hands meeting last week the comparison of a completely different, really effective state-funded process, which was the New York Rising process after Hurricane Sandy. That model was they funded consultants to work with the community. and closely. And they did reports. We all discussed something, and they did reports based on what we wanted to learn more about. We had top shelf consultants working with the community to figure out how to spend $3 million, and of course, being graduated a much longer list. I want to say that what I was starting to say earlier. Another question I haven't had answered, which I think is absolutely significant to understanding the EDC's effectiveness, or as Andrew Kimball put it, crazily enough to me, you now have a more responsible manager, or you're a more responsible manager now. I asked for an accounting of their revenue. In the 20 years they've managed Atlantic Basin, what's your revenue net and gross for every year, including the Formula E car race? And they've never answered that. Now, I can tell you that the way they've not been a responsible manager, they've actually driven tenants away. So then if they're going to say the site is underutilized, definitely could be better utilized, but they have actually not been good landlords or stewards or economic developers.
Okay, thank you folks for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Can I just say one thing about the New York Rising Committee? It was that was an amazing
I'm
example.
Sorry, I really have to move on. This is panel 2,
They
guys.
did it well, and
You
EDC
can
didn't do it.
support that with additional testimony. You have 72 hours to submit additional testimony. We're now going to finally move to panel 3. I'm going to call Phaedra Thomas, Frank Clark, Madeline Applebaum, and C.H. Robert Goodall. And while folks are sitting down, reminder, you can speak for 2 minutes and send us testimony. Additionally, testimony at council.nyc.gov. You may begin.
I am not Phaedra Thomas. I was asked to read from her testimony, so I'm going to read in her voice.
State your name for the record, and
My
then,
name is Barbara Schulman. I'm a resident of Red Hook.
and you're speaking on behalf of Phaedra
Phaedra
Thomas.
Thomas.
Thank you.
Yes. My name is Phaedra Thomas, and I worked in maritime and industrial development in the South Brooklyn area for about 10 years, ending in 2008 as the former executive director of Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation. During that time, I engaged in academic and government-sponsored planning initiatives that dealt with freight transportation planning and was part of a group of stakeholders that stopped EDC from developing housing at the Red Hook Port the first time around. The Red Hook Port and upland property is too important of a puzzle piece to the city's long-term freight transportation needs and plans to be compromised. This current EDC proposal will not only compromise this site's ability to reduce truck traffic throughout our city through its unequaled geographic location in relation to our highway system and peers, it will also set a uniquely terrible precedent in industrial business zones where the city is on record stating it will not support residential rezonings on IBZs as our city's remaining industrial real estate has been critically diminished. Simply put, forcing a residential zoning change outside of a ULURP process in a city-designated industrial business zone and significant maritime industrial area, SMIA, will actually hinder our ability to develop a green port of the future and will certainly reduce the Red Hook Port's ability to enhance our burgeoning blue highway. In fact, Red Hook's piers should be considered the premier local bridge to our city's broken freight transportation system, as I-278 exits and entrances at Hamilton and Atlantic Avenues can be accessed by trucks without crossing one single residential street. A comprehensive freight transportation plan for the City of New York must be implemented by all relevant government agencies working in partnership to advance that plan. Brilliant engineers and planners at City Planning, NYC DOT, the New York
You will have to submit that testimony.
I will.
Online. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I read her last line?
No, you will have to submit that testimony online.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Farias, Councilmember Aviles and Hanif. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Frank Clark. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the New York Building Congress. The New York Building Congress represents over 500 organizations and 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals committed to the growth and prosperity of our city. The Brooklyn Marine Terminal is one of the largest publicly owned waterfront sites in the city and has gone far too long without the investment it needs to serve New Yorkers. We support the vision put forward by EDC to transform this 122-acre site into a modern maritime hub anchored by housing, open space, climate infrastructure, and job creation. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. This project proposes approximately 7,700 homes, with more than 2,600 permanently affordable units and dedicated resources for NYCHA residents. It also brings forward a clear commitment to workforce development, including tens of millions of dollars in training and education investments and a new learning center to connect New Yorkers to careers on the working waterfront. We also recognize the substantial economic impact this project will generate. It is expected to create more than 39,000 construction jobs and 2,400 permanent jobs with a long-term impact of more than $20 billion. It also includes critical resiliency upgrades to ensure that the community is better protected from extreme weather events. As part of the broader Blue Highways vision, this plan aligns infrastructure investment with workforce opportunity and maritime resilience. The Building Congress applauds EDC and the members of the task force for their leadership, and we urge continued momentum behind this transformative plan and stand ready to support its delivery. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Next panelist may begin.
Good afternoon.
Please turn on the microphone and bring it to you. They move. There you go.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'm speaking today on behalf of the 17,000 member strong New York City District Council of Carpenters in support of the redevelopment project. Modernizing our city and addressing the housing crisis we're facing will take innovative action, and that's exactly what this plan represents. This proposal would take an area that has become too dilapidated and revive it to facilitate critical maritime uses as well as housing, waterfront access, open space, and commercial space. The best city in the world should have a waterfront we can be proud of that supports both shipping and recreation while being environmentally sustainable and flood resilient. The potential to create thousands of units of housing, many of which will be affordable, would be a game changer and make a meaningful impact as we continue to chip away at the housing crisis we're facing in this city, which I know our members feel the strain of, as do so many New Yorkers. Through all of this plan would create almost 40,000 new jobs for construction workers. The parts of this project that are city funded will be completed under a PLA and ensure that those are good paying, family sustaining jobs that will be done safely, quickly, and efficiently. This would be life-changing for the many young men and women hoping to join apprenticeship programs and make their way into middle-class careers that will allow them to live in New York and support their families. Our members are ready to get to work revitalizing this area and building the homes that New Yorkers need. Thanks.
Robert Goodall, Goodall and Sons. I've been a member of the South Brooklyn Local Development Corp that goes back a pretty long time. Greg O'Connell, we used to meet weekly. One name in the group, Tom Russo, other locals, Betty Stoltz, great people. We would brainstorm to see what we could do to improve Red Hook. A couple of things that happened to give you testimony here. That brainstorming wasn't allowed to happen during this process. Our microphones were turned off at the last meeting to where we couldn't speak. That's censorship. It's a violation of our First Amendment. I'm glad to see today that this forum here allows people to speak. Innovation, brainstorming. We've got the greatest port in the world. To truncate it by a timeline that's ridiculous and not to be able to explore the different options and not to have all the transparency. The task force, all the stuff that's happening there, why isn't it shared with the rest of the community? Where are the financials for this? How do you run a business like this? What bank, what city would stand behind this? It's a lack of all those things. We are here to find the highest and best use. When I brought that up, I was told that was not an appropriate question. I want to make sure that goes down on a record as to we should always look for the highest and best use of everything and options. I can say a lot more. I'll put it together in writing. I'm glad. I want to reinforce, please, people, put your comments. Voltaire said, I may not agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. This panel here, I think you guys are doing that. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming to testify. This panel is now excused.
Thank you.
Now going to call up our next panel, Frank Acosta, David Scala, Leila Law Gisco, and George Fiala. David Scala, Frank Acosta. Okay. George Fiala. Well, you know, good for George. Tell him to email me his testimony, okay? Okay. Let's try Jana Well, John Leva, or Michael Rosen. How many do I have up there? 3. What about Dr. Rania Khalil? Okay. I got my fantastic 4. Do we have a Ryan Farrick? Lisa Mayer. You may begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Leila Lokizeko. I'm the president of the City Club of New York, a civic organization that focuses on good government as well as land use and zoning. I'm here to express the City Club's grave concerns about this redevelopment of the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. The scale and significance of this site demands rigorous public oversight and a transparent planning process. Unfortunately, that has not occurred. To date, the planning process, as you know, has been led by the New York City Economic Development Corporation. Outside of the city's formal land use procedures, a task force was assembled through a non-transparent process with no clear public criteria. There has been no published agenda, no minutes, and no public-facing documentation of discussions and proposals. And this lack of transparency raises serious concerns about how decisions are being made and whose interests are being served. The proposal would reduce maritime industrial use in the port, which is really a problem in the opinion of the City Club of New York. I just want to go off script because I want to address a number of comments that were made today. Pilots stand for payment in lieu of taxes. And we're told that these pilots are going to be levied on residential buildings and that these residential buildings are going to have affordable housing. If you have an affordable housing building, they are eligible for 485X, which means that they are tax exempt or tax abated. Where are these taxes coming from? I don't get it. I've been involved in GPPs. I have been involved in pilots for many, many years. The plan, the way it was described, makes literally no sense. I want to quote what was said. It will be, they will have access to $1.3 billion in pilots or equivalent. Never heard that before. What is an equivalent to a pilot? So if I can take 10 more seconds of your time, I am really urging the City Council, A, to retain your power. I mean, don't give it up for a GPP. This is just silly and stupid. But also, what is this equivalent? A pilot must be approved by the PACB, the Public Authorities Control Board. How can they sign off on that? So thank you for caring so deeply.
Thank you so much. Next panelist. One of you has to choose. Thank you.
Follow that up.
2 minutes.
Okay. My name is John Leva. I'm a resident of the Columbia waterfront for the last 30 years. I'm submitting this testimony in strong opposition to the Economic Development's current Brooklyn Marine Terminal redevelopment plan. The Columbia waterfront has no representation on the task force. I repeat, the community where Piers 7 through 10 are and contains the most housing under this plan and will feel the brunt of this redevelopment has no member on the task force. We offered a couple of names, but they were flatly rejected with no reason why. This plan has failed to meaningfully engage the communities it will impact most. The EDZ has pursued an expedited general project plan, GPP process that bypasses local review and strips the City Council of its oversight authority, denying our neighborhoods the public accountability we deserve. Task force meetings have been closed door, lacking transparency, and treating community input as a formality rather than a foundation for planning. Interestingly enough, yesterday at an event, I asked Mikhail Adgay, who was here with the EDC with Mr. Kimball earlier, how many GPPs she had worked on. Because she was talking about all these programs that all these neighborhoods she did, Willits Point, Fordham Road, and all of that. So I said, how many GPPs have you worked on? She said, this is her first. This is not what they do. They're just doing it here, but this is not the way they work. I'm particularly alarmed by the plan's disregard for climate resilience. Red Hook is one of the most flood vulnerable neighborhoods in the city. Any redevelopment should begin with protecting our communities from future storm surges and sea level rise, not by constructing massive luxury towers along the waterfront. We need publicly accessible nature-based infrastructure, such as wetland parks, not high-end real estate built on a floodplain. The EDC's approach also threatens to dismantle a rare and irreplaceable part of our city, the last working waterfront in Brooklyn of its kind. Maritime industries and industrial jobs are not relics. They are essential to New York's economy, supply chains, and future. This plan undermines the city's own water revitalization program and ignores national priorities around freight movement and industrial renewal. And I had more, but I'll send it in.
Please email it in. Next
Vote
panelist.
no to all the task force members. That's it.
Please, somebody pick. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Meyer. I'm a resident.
Can you turn the mic on, please? Thank you.
Okay, now it works. Hi, my name is Lisa Meyer. I'm a resident. I am going to be, my husband and I are both submitting separate statements. So I'm just kind of responding to what's had been said today. This plan, as it currently stands, is largely aspirational in both design and funding. The GPP process allows for limited accountability and is not a legally enforceable contract. For starters, they're asking for the community to take a leap of faith to accept a plan that, according to their own written materials, and I quote, I brought my thing, will not address local and regional effects of the BQE. And the BQE cantilever, as we all know, is crumbling. They also state in this that they are going to deliver, they're going to discourage auto use and increase transit, bike, and pedestrian mobility. None of this is realistic, considering the vision plan is to build largely luxury housing. Wealthy people like cars. Wealthy people use Ubers. Wealthy people get Amazon deliveries. Their solution to increase bus transit in a neighborhood that is currently a parking lot with even emergency vehicles unable to move is also unrealistic. This is another one of my Exhibit A. I wear this shirt when I walk in Red Hook and Columbia Waterfront to not get hit by a truck. I literally have bought my husband reflective sashes to wear to navigate the streets. I have taken members of Dan Goldman's office on tours and walked through the streets. And in the process of the last tour on Friday, we encountered a sinkhole in front of the school in Van Brunt. A tractor trailer jackknifed on a street that could not make a turn and was almost taking out cars. So the last thing is that essentially the transit logistics that they're proposing on this are the Achilles heel of this project. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Rania Khalil. I'm a 20-year rent-stabilized resident of Columbia Waterfront. I'd like to say that our neighborhood has already been massively displaced. You will not find anyone in our community who does not have direct ties to real estate money in favor of this plan. We oppose the EDC's plan on the following grounds. 1, complete disregard for urban planning and infrastructure. Is Brooklyn ready to have congestion pricing too? Because my friend recently traveled 45 minutes in an ambulance to go less than 1 mile to Atlantic Avenue, and that's a daily occurrence. And yet the EDC has presented model after model of their luxury city as if cars can fly, especially over the crumbling cantilever. 10,000 uninhabited units of similar housing are being built in the Gowanus less than 1 mile away. Why not wait to see the effects of that on our city? Is the loss, displacement, and chaos of downtown Brooklyn and Atlantic Yards not enough? Why not deliver its affordable housing first? Rent stabilization, not luxury housing, will solve this crisis of housing. While human feces are washing into the East River and every other road from our neighborhood to Grand Army Plaza is split open, we can't even bicycle through the streets, much less use electric buses. And all this EDC can imagine for Brooklyn's last working waterfront is a luxury tower city. We oppose all real estate on this site. In the 21st century, our grandchildren and Earth have very different needs than our federally indicted mayor and real estate developers. Our children need pollinating birds that do not crash into skyscrapers by the thousands every day, clean air and clean water. We demand a climate-resilient urban forest on this site. We demand Portside's Maritime Education Center. We demand Uprose as a primary ecological consultant, all of whom have been slighted by the EDC. We demand dignity for our communities and our workers. We demand that the real estate slush fund that is the current EDC be entirely removed from this process now.
Thank you. This panel is now excused. My attempt at names for the next panel. James D. Philippas. Great. Melissa Syons Gordon. Okay. Sharon Gordon. And James Morgan. If you have any supportive documentation, please submit it to the Sergeant at Arms to hand it to the members. And just for panelists, before you begin, be mindful of the clock next to you. Thank you.
We go in order to call this?
Sure.
Okay. Is this on? Okay, hi. My name is James D. Philippus. Thank you, Chair Farias and Council Members Aviles and Hanif for being here. I've lived on the Columbia Street waterfront since 2003 and on Henry Street in Carroll Gardens from 1996. So I've been there a long time. My day job is that I'm a professor of urban planning at Rutgers University. I'm actually a founding member of NICELY, the New York City Community Land Initiative, and have a long history of fighting for housing justice in New York City. So many things wrong with this process, and I have 90 seconds to do it. I'm only going to talk about two really quickly. The first is the speed of the process, which people have talked about, but I would remind people that good planning takes time, right? Like Brooklyn Bridge Park, they started planning that in 1985. Okay, they broke ground on it in 2007. You know, the Hudson Yards, they were planning that in the late 90s, before Dr. Off was even in City Hall, right? And importantly, 9 months into that process, the plan included demoing the abandoned elevated rail line that would become the High Line later on. And I'm pretty sure people are happy that they didn't do what they thought they were going to do 9 months into the process. The second thing is that there's sort of an astonishing indifference to what we know we do not know. Right? We do not know the future of the BQE. We do not know the future of the on-ramp of Atlantic Avenue. And apparently EDC does not care what the future of... So we're going to triple the population of Columbia Street waterfront, where it's already a parking lot at best, right? And, right at the front end of a process to close things. The second thing we don't know is somebody game out the future of freight demand for me over the next 2 decades. Somebody tell me exactly what tariff policies are going to be next month, let alone 2 decades from now. We're going to decide that the only working port east of the Hudson is going to be shut down now? Please vote no for this. This is not the way to plan.
Sergeant, can you grab testimony from the front of the panel? You can begin when ready.
Okay. I gotta put... Okay.
Dear Madam Chairwoman and members of the Committee on Economic Development, my name is Sharon Gordon. My husband Randall and I have been residents of Columbia Street Waterfront District for 20 years. We moved here when our daughter started kindergarten at PS 29, and it has been a wonderful place to raise a family. But fast forward to 2025, this neighborhood does not have a voting representative on the BMT task force, and our lack of representation is something this committee needs to know about. We have attended every possible EDC meeting. We know their plan for BMT North, our area. If the task force votes yes, our population will triple with the addition of 3,800 mostly market rate housing units. The EDC's plan offers no solution to the bottleneck that already exists at Columbia and Atlantic. And of course, the BQE between Hamilton and Brooklyn Bridge is often impassable. No matter how the EDC's plan tries to de-emphasize cars, common sense tells us that most buyers of market rate housing at BMT North will have cars. The EDC would have us believe a no vote has dire consequences. We were there at the June 4th meeting with the Brooklyn Borough President and the EDC, and yes, the EDC's Jennifer Sun really did say several times it is not an empty threat. When Reynoso challenged the EDC's BS about what happens when the task force does not approve the EDC's vision for the BMT. No doubt the Sims concrete recycling facility a half block away from our building and close enough to PS 29 to endanger the children is an example of what Sun talked about the city inflicting on our waterfront. Parking garages, garbage trucks, and the continuing presence of a facility spewing out silica dust. We hope the task force will reject this gambit. For us in the CSWD, a no vote buys us something precious, time. We are actively assembling a Columbia Waterfront Association and should have it stood up by the fall. And I'm going to fast forward to the end. Thank you very much. And if you like any further information about the Sims concrete, which I have been working on for the last year, I have my email on that, and I would love to give further information. A note, I'm a professional singer, and the silica dust that's coming out of that has made me get sick constantly, so I'm not working, and I have not worked for a year, and I have told Dan Goldman that face to face with no interaction. Thank you, sorry to go over.
Thank you.
Hi, James Morgan, 30-year resident of the affected neighborhood. I'd like to amend my testimony to add that my wife would have been here to deliver these remarks, but she's home recovering from an asthmatic condition that she did not have until the EDC and the DOT's cynical ploy of dumping the Sims concrete recycling facility on our doorstep to use as a leveraging tool. I'm here representing my family and neighbors who live on the Columbia Street Waterfront District to express our urgent opposition to the proposed project that threatens to destabilize our neighborhood under the guise of necessary infrastructure repair and climate resiliency and affordable housing. Unlike other city infrastructure initiatives, our small working family community is being told that the only way to fund long overdue port repairs and flood protection is to accept a massive luxury real estate development larger than Battery Park City in number of units in the most impractical location possible. This plan would permanently change the fabric of our community and endanger the safety and well-being of residents who live here now. This project would at least double and triple the population of two already strained neighborhoods. The Columbia Street Waterfront District has 4,000 residents over 22 blocks. Cobble Hill, 8,000 residents over 36 blocks. This proposed development would add at least 12,000 residential units to that population and concentrate that population growth into a narrow 7-block stretch of flood-prone waterfront land between Columbia Street and the East River. Land that lacks the infrastructure to support this kind of density and has no realistic plan for adaptation. Meanwhile, our streets are already in crisis. The deteriorating BQE cantilever has created daily traffic gridlock on Columbia, Hicks, and surrounding cross streets. Emergency lane closures have turned these roads into dangerous, unpredictable bottlenecks. Residents now live in constant fear that police, fire, or medical emergency services will not be able to reach them in time. Children and seniors are put at risk every day. I just would like to close by urgently asking that you vote no and encourage other task force members to vote no on this ill-conceived project, and that the image of the EDC people walking out after we have spent three hours waiting.
We have a staff member here from EDC that's still present.
Oh, well, I hope they're taking notes. Thank you very much, because you seem to be the
Absolutely.
only people listening to the taxpayers and your constituents.
Thank you.
Should I start? Okay. Hi.
Folks.
Sorry. My name is Melissa. I lived in Red Hook for 4 years. On Sundays, I watched gridlock traffic sit in agony while taxis and car shares tried to drop people off to the cruise terminal. I watched Amazon pedicabs take over the streets on Van Brunt and bike paths on Columbia. Things the proposed BMT plan will only add to, with no promised public transit to ease this. I relied on City Bike to get to the subway, which was a mile from my apartment, and the bus on the way home because all the docks were full in the Red Hook neighborhood, the entire neighborhood, just clearly showing that it's a transit desert. Earlier this year, Red Hook was dubbed the most expensive neighborhood in New York City. What we're asking for is affordable housing on public lands, climate resilience, public transit, which, if you, humble brag, read The Power Broker, you'd know that usually the only opportunity for public transit to be added is before housing is in place. We've pushed the EDC on this. The gentleman said ferry service every 30 minutes, and what world-class city is a 30-minute cadence of public transit celebrated? This plan is being, sorry, I'm like shaking. This plan is being pushed through by an outgoing, disgraced, and corrupt administration of a self-proclaimed real estate mayor. We're not suckers. The affordable housing promises of Atlantic Yards went unfulfilled, as we saw just a couple weeks ago, another state-run project which proves we can't trust the state process. The residents of Long Island City are now calling for climate resilience and affordable housing for one LIC. The plan thing, I just moved to LIC, showing the citywide urgency for these amenities. Public land for public good, do the right thing, vote no, go through ULURP, thank you. One thing about the 30-year Blue Highway thing that the EDC gentleman said, in all of the public hearings I went to, the EDC never said that they had any studies or data about whether the Blue Highways would work. Just want to share that.
Sure, Councilmember Aviles.
Yeah. I guess I think it's important to note, as a task force member and certainly as one of the co-chairs, for the public record, I asked and duly noted very early in the process that the Columbia waterfront community that is directly impacted by this plan was not represented on the task force and was voted down when I put forward submissions of residents. And so I think that's an important piece of information, and I'd just like to ask Mr. DeFilippis if you could tell us just some of the elements of the Great Planning disaster that is reflective of this process in your very deep expertise.
Right. Well, so there's a famous book. I actually asked Jennifer Sun, who has a master's degree in planning this. Did you read Great Planning Disasters? It's a famous book in planning history that goes sort of worldwide and looks around at planning disasters around the world and the characteristics of them that they all share. And there are 4 primary characteristics that they all share. One is that they're done very quickly. 2 is that they are big in scale, right? Like they cover a fairly large geography. 3, they are not well integrated into the neighborhood fabric around them. And 4, that they're all planned in one go, right? That it's sort of like a single shot plan, like you have right here with the 122 acres all in one go. That is, quite frankly, exactly how I would describe the last 9 months of this planning process. 9 months to do 122 acres is breathtakingly fast, considering that there are at least 5 separate major land uses taking place here and building out a new street in grid, very poorly connected, again, right? Like the on-ramp, they talk about the on-ramp to the northbound BQE at Atlantic Avenue as though it's incidental to the plan. It is across the street from the plan, right? They're going to build 3,700 housing units directly across from where this on-ramp is, and they don't care whether or not the on-ramp stays open or not. That is astonishing. I mean, it's hard to imagine worse public planning than that. You know, like this is sort of like
Quiet
the
in the room,
known.
folks.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. But those are the basic characteristics of great planning disasters. Peter Hall was knighted in the UK for that research, actually. And so it's Sir Peter Hall who wrote it. But in any case, he's a bit of a... Anyway, I'm not going to finish that sentence. But that would be how I would describe this process, and it fits almost exactly what is being spelled out in that book.
Thank you. This panel is now excused. I just want to give a reminder, if any folks are here that want to speak, you must fill out an appearance card and hand it over to the sergeant at arms. I fear that I have more people sitting here than I do cards, so I just wanted to reiterate that. I'd now like to call up Paul Briscoe, Maria Nieto, and LaDawn Hagland. And just for safekeeping, I'll also try to attempt to call Eliza Davidson again and Tom Berry. Okay. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Council. My name is Paul Briscoe, and I've lived in Cobble Hill on Warren Street between Hicks and Columbia since 1998. At one time, we were the best-kept secret in all of downtown Brooklyn. Neighborhood stores run by locals, diverse, close-knit community where everybody knew their neighbors' names. It was also a place where you could actually find a parking spot any time of day. We've quickly become one of the most populated, and one of the most expensive neighborhoods within those 27 years. My wife and her family have owned their homes since 1921, and the struggle for us to keep up with the rising costs of home ownership here, especially for being lower-income residents, is very real and something my wife and I face on a daily basis. Property taxes are always on the rise, and to obtain homeowners insurance on our side of the highway is an exercise in futility due to the flood risks. And they want to add more luxury housing, more people. The 7,500 housing units plans for this project will more than double Cobble Hill's entire population. This BMT project is being rushed, kept almost secret with zero signage and the most minimal neighborhood outreach. What they're calling a workshop and feedback session is nothing more than shuffling the handful of residents around a room with poster vision boards filled with maritime quotes and historical content of what the area once was. And if you consider giving residents color-coded post-it sticky notes to stick on maps, asking, what would you like to see there? Community input? You're nuts. It's a glorified pin the tail on the donkey, and nothing ever changes on what they propose. I'm yet to get a knock on my door, and I'm literally down the block from where this giant mistake is supposed to happen. BMT's rush plans do not have Cobble Hill and Red Hook's interest at heart. Just call it what it is. It's a land grab. Look at the photos. You're blocking out Columbia Street to build a brand new waterfront that those luxury housing residents can enjoy. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm glad I made it. I was at the UN giving a talk about climate, and it went on so long that I had a chance to get here. I'm an associate professor in the political science department at the City University of New York. I want to talk to you about governance and resilience. Good governance requires transparency, inclusivity, and accountability, especially on public land. The BMT process has not met that standard. Many assumptions underlying things like cost estimates, funding models, and private sector benefits remain opaque or unavailable, and potential alternatives have been ignored or rejected without an airing. I have observed community members and other experts making numerous suggestions for alternative plans, alternative funding models, processes, pacing at public meetings, on websites and webinars, and through direct outreach to the EDC. All of this has been largely ignored in official statements, on the website, and in the media. Moreover, many promises have been made about community benefits, like some of the people giving testimony today claimed, but these are not binding, and there is no guarantee that any of these will materialize. The EDC has a long track record of failing to follow through on its promises. I saw something similar in my work in Latin America. Development agencies holding meetings with communities, promising benefits in the exchange for the privatization of their resources. Participation meant convincing them that prefabricated plans were good for them and they should just trust them. That trust was rarely earned or deserved. Activities like the Lego game are a perfect example. A much better process would be the New York Rising process that was mentioned earlier. A quick note about resilience: the BMT plan prioritizes engineered elevation to support development, but offers no clear protection for surrounding low-lying neighborhoods. The neighborhood should be prioritized for resilience planning, not development. And I'll close there.
Hi, I'm Maria Nieto, Voices of the Waterfront. When the EDC first announced the BMT project and its sweeping vision for a harbor of the future and the Blue Highway, we celebrated. But at the beginning, there was no mention of housing, nor did the memo of understanding reflect that either. In fact, housing was only mentioned at the end of the year, around the holidays, and right before the first vote was imminent. It was only then that the EDC announced the false premise that luxury housing was needed to underwrite the cost of the port renovations. This type of dirty machinations by the EDC speaks to why there are known bad faith actors in Red Hook. The EDC places profits over people consistently, emphatically, and unapologetically. Despite the fact that this false premise has been resoundingly countered, the EDC and their apologists, Dan Goldman and Andrew Gennardis, have never wavered from this premise. This EDC has failed to consider any other alternative funding other than luxury rate housing, which includes holding the Port Authority accountable for fixing the piers, which is outlined and legally binding in the first tri-party agreement. They are engineering blight in order to capitalize on it. We know that 65% luxury housing will inevitably and predictably lead to less affordable housing in our neighborhoods, and it will rapidly accelerate displacement. Most at risk are the many NYCHA neighbors who we've talked to who have never even heard about the project. This vote will crown the EDC as kings when they are allowed to proceed with the GPP, knowing that any promises made to the communities today are not binding, but merely greasing the wheels on their latest real estate deal. We are at a very clear fork in the road. We have on the one hand a plan that kills Brooklyn's industrial and maritime future in favor of the very rich and which will devastate our communities. Or we can preserve the BMT for our economic future and our regional and national security. True democracy lives or dies in moments like these, in deliberations like yours, when elected officials who represent real people choose them over profits. There are 520 miles of waterfront in New York. We are asking to preserve the 122 acres of working waterfront that helped make Brooklyn and New York what they are today. Please stand with us and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This panel is now excused. A last call for anyone that is currently in this hearing room to testify. If you have not been called, you can raise your hand. Okay, we will now turn it over to virtual panelists. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. I still need silence in this room in order for the virtual panelists to hear me. Please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Now we'll call our first virtual panelists: Karen Brondell, Christina Chase, Bridget O'Day, Catherine Walsh. Oh, actually, let me just go one by one. Catherine Brondell, you can begin.
May begin.
Okay, I'll now call on Christina Chase.
You may begin.
I'll now attempt Bridget O'Day.
You may begin.
Bridget? Can someone attempt to unmute Bridget?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, just so you know, I think a few people before were muted,
I will
so
go
they
back
are
to
here.
them.
I
I will go
see
back to
them. So
them. You
okay, I'll
can
start.
begin.
Okay. So good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Brito Day. I live in Windsor Terrace, District 39. I'm here in solidarity with my friends and neighbors in Red Hook and the Columbia waterfront, as well as many New Yorkers who are deeply concerned about the direction of this project. This is city-owned land. The community and Brooklyn deserve a better vision, one that strengthens our industry and manufacturing, protects longtime residents, and ensures that all voices are included in shaping this project. What's been proposed puts essential maritime uses at risk, uses that support local jobs, freight movement, and our regional supply chain. It conflicts with the city's own waterfront revitalization project and weakens national security by displacing critical port operations. I'm also deeply concerned about the process itself. EDC has used an expedited GPP to bypass public oversight. Why not ULURP? Task force meetings remain closed and community engagement has been limited or entirely absent. We've seen this before. The failure of Atlantic Yards looms large. Promises were made and never enforced. And that's the risk we're facing again. So why is EDC pushing this through? Why did they threaten that if their proposal isn't approved, the all-industrial option is the only alternative? That's a false choice. As Borough President Reynoso stated at last week's public meeting, there is no scarcity of opportunities to build housing across the borough, but there is a scarcity of manufacturing and maritime opportunities. Public land must serve the public. This plan does not. I urge the community, the committee and the council and the task force to listen to the community, vote no, go back to the drawing board, work transparently and with meaningful input from the community to create a better path forward for the BMT and Brooklyn. Thank you.
I'll now call on Christina Chase.
You may begin.
Letting me. Okay, thank you. I'm freaking out because I wouldn't unmute. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christina Chase. I am an organizer with Justice for All Coalition, where we work on housing justice issues in Western Queens, particularly within NYCHA. I'm here today in solidarity with Red Hook community organizers and advocates that know this undemocratic, opaque plan will lead to more luxury housing on our public waterfront and lead to the erasure of our industrial possibilities within our IPZ. We implore our officials to oppose this plan. This upzoning plan reminds me a lot of what we're dealing with over here in Queens with the One LIC neighborhood plan, a plan to gentrify our communities and hand over our public land to the wealthy. Um, um, yeah, we don't want luxury housing. I'm sorry, my son's here. This is why I do this, so that we have a future here in New York City. We don't want luxury housing with sprinkles of affordable housing. Moreover, AMI and MIH is not a tool for truly affordable housing. It leads to majority luxury housing, right? And most importantly, the kind of housing we need is for families well below 40% AMI now more than ever. And this plan does not include that. Public land should have 100% deeply affordable housing, and the community should have first dibs where public land is for public good, not predatory profit. If you really want affordable housing, invest in public housing and restore the 8,000 vacant NYCHA units. The investments in NYCHA from this plan should come from the city regardless of whether or not this upzoning passes. Public housing residents have been waiting for decades for the city of New York to invest in them, to invest in us. We shouldn't have to sell out our neighborhood and sell out our city at large for the capital investments we deserve. And that's for longstanding residents in the community in general. So we ask that you oppose this plan. Thank you so much.
I'll now call on Karen Brendel.
You may begin.
Hi, thank you, Chairman of the Economic Development Corporation. And I just want to point out that I noticed the way my elected official, Alexa Aviles, was speaking to EDC. And I wrote a complaint to the City Council chair about that because she speaks to me that way. I'm a Harvard Loeb Fellow. I'm also a David Prize winner for the work I do for public housing residents, not only in my community, but as a part of the Public Housing Preservation Trust Board and a person who is listed as a resident liaison.
Okay, Mrs. Brendel, I will log that, and can you please stay on topic? To the
Yes.
discussion at hand. Thank you so much.
I support, because I speak to 10,000 residents, Ms. Brown, who is Red Hook East president, and myself. We are on the task force. We negotiated, and we are pro this development at the EDC. We believe that it will bring not only jobs, but a workforce corridor that collects not only the Red Hook residents, but the residents who live in Gowanus. I also started the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice, and I went back to look at that project. That project makes Gowanus alive. Red Hook has been living dead for a long time. Greg O'Connell, a developer in this area back during the time that we wrote the 197A plan, was trying to help public housing residents in this community. I still feel that a lot of I'm a Democrat, but a lot of people are acting like Dixiecrats when it comes to public housing residents. City of Yes, we're cut out of. Every single opportunity, public housing has been cut out of by either city council
Thank
or
you for
New
your
York State.
testimony. Time has expired.
And so, yeah, thank you. I just want to end off by saying I support this process. I think it's going to bring a lot of opportunities to Red Hook. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to call on Catherine Walsh.
Thank you. My name is Katie Walsh, and I'm a Sunset Park resident and born and raised. And I also work in climate change and climate space. I'm just providing testimony to say I do not support the current proposal that has been put forward by EDC. I want to focus less on the process, which I have attended the meetings that I have been able to, that EDC has hosted as a Sunset Park resident. And I care deeply because Sunset Park we want to preserve as a working waterfront. And it's extremely important what happens in Red Hook for the entire working waterfront in South Brooklyn. So if there are implications about luxury housing and housing going in and the loss of the port space in Red Hook, this has ramifications for us regionally in Sunset Park. But what I wanted to share is the point around climate change specifically and the proposals that I've seen so far and the responses that I've seen to the questions. In my job, I work with hundreds of cities all around the world, here in the US, who are committed to addressing climate action. And there's two ways that I'm seeing things play out right now. One is that they're doubling down in engaging and working with their ports. And so the proposal to minimize the size of the port is actually going against what is common practice, because there's a big push to be able to double down on the resilience and also the actual infrastructure and planning for the port. The second point of this is managed retreat. And that is a large conversation that's happening. We need more housing in New York, but we need to have a conversation about new building and new housing stock along the waterfront. And I don't think that there's been a strategic, thoughtful, and actual, engaged process on understanding how climate change is going to impact, we know how it'll impact New York City, but in particular in this project, I think it is a mistake to put the size of housing that they're proposing on this spot of land. Thank you.
We're now going to call on Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm supporting this initiative by EDC. Let me make this clear, right? The reason that everybody's complaining, but they need to bring it up that, look, both Alexa Velez and Shahana Need voted in favor of the city yes, which allows the EDC to do this without no real community input. And I want to make this clear about one of the people that spoke earlier, like John Layla, who was complaining about him not him and his people being on part of the task force, but he won't disclose that on the website. His organization, Save 63 Tiffany, which is in Shahana District, is part of the advisory board. To put him on the task force and the advisory board will be like double dipping. And to try to have him and say like, oh, we need Columbia Street waterfront to be on any of the, like be on both or either the task force or the advisory board will be like double dipping. It'll be a big time conflict of interest because he run both of them. He run both of them and he run both of the social media accounts. So let's make that public record right now. Now I want to make this clear, right? Reynoso was acting like he's really for the people, but he's really not. He just campaigning on government time and trying to save his butt from Kari Edwards. Let's make that clear. Now, like I said, this is all nothing but political grandstanding by these elected officials. Like I said, they all like if you vote for the city, yes, both you, Aviles, and Shahani, why are you acting like you for the people and trying to oppose this initiative? This initiative is good. If you voted for the city, yes, that means you're for luxury housing. And why are you against luxury? It's like you want it in other people's backyard, but you don't want it in your backyard. It doesn't work like that. You vote for the city, yes, you reap what you sow. So I'm for this project. I'm 400%, and I want to make this clear that I believe that the Worker Justice Project should have been on the advisory board for the on the transportation. I understand TA oversees them, but they need their own say too because Alexei, the WJP, which is led by Liga Galapa, is in your district. So you need to like tell them to put her on any.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Seeing no one else signed up to speak online, we have now heard from everyone who has signed up to testify. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person or virtually, please visit the sergeant's table and complete a witness slip now, or use your hand function in Zoom, and a member of our staff will call on you in the order of hands raised. Seeing none, I would like to note again that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And this hearing is now adjourned.